We're getting it today for sure, bro. For sure. Oh shit. I forgot to turn off the intro music. I just scared myself. Oh my god. We are getting it today for sure. I'm so confident. I have so much faith in us. The camera feels blurrier than normal. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can adjust the brightness or something. And now, granted, this camera has always sucked because it's like $14, but it feels even worse than $14 today. It feels different in all the wrong ways. Maybe it's the contrast? No. You can turn the brightness down. Do you think you'll ever learn your lesson? Zach, I know you love to type one chat and then leave. I need you to stay around for the briefest of moments because I have an exciting update today, actually. All right. Today, we're playing two games. I'm playing Pokemon until I either find the shiny or we get to like 5,500 resets. I don't want to burn myself out, so we'll do like 500. I think that's a fair number. That's what I normally do, and it hasn't resulted in me losing my complete patience and sanity yet. Again, we'll play until I get burnt out. After Pokemon today, we're playing a game that I've not streamed in years, and I'm so excited to get back into it, especially after we had a long conversation in the chat in my last stream about it. And that's Warframe, baby. We're playing Warframe tonight. I even broke out my old Warframe mouse. So for those of you who don't know, I normally go back and forth between two mice on stream. I, on occasion, will use the G Pro X Superlight, but I kind of don't love the Logitech G Hub software, and that ruins it for me. For example, and some of y'all have maybe been in a stream where this happened. Whenever I use my Logitech mice, it somehow creates an issue with my Blue Yeti because Logitech owns Blue, the company, and therefore my Blue Yeti microphone will just glitch out. And I have to like restart the software or just switch to a different mouse because the Logitech software is so buggy. And it's nothing against this mouse. Mouse is great. I don't know why I'm petting it like a cat. The mouse is great. I just hate Logitech software. So what I use the other 90% of the time is, if I can get the cords unstuck, I use my Razer Death Adder 3. This is one of the most comfortable mice I've ever had in my life. The ergonomics are like that of a Herman Miller chair. And it also has a really good coating that doesn't feel like my hand's going to stick, but it also won't slip out. Like the coating of this mouse is maybe the best I've ever felt. Compared to the G Pro X, actually, it's night and day. The G Pro X coating is so just plasticky, my hands slip right off. I had to add, as you can probably see, grip tape on the triggers and grip tape on the sides in order to not have this hand just slip right off the mouse. Fuck that. Why would I use grip tape when I could just use a mouse that has like a rubbery coating? And it's the perfect rubbery texture between like feeling as though my hand has stuck to the mouse, like someone jizzed on it, versus the opposite side of the coin where it just slides right out. That doesn't happen. Hashtag ad. It really does sound like a hashtag ad. I promise it's not. Obviously, my account's fucking got 800 followers. No one's going to sponsor me. But secondly, the reason it's not an ad is because I actually low key hate Razer. I hate a lot of Razer products. Razer has disappointed me multiple times. This mouse is like one of the few exceptions. This mouse makes me love Razer. And it really does feel kind of like a toxic relationship, almost like an ex girlfriend. Like, there's most of the things that, like, a lot of things Razer does pisses me off. Just a few things that I like. I actually glued my mouse to my right hand and a keyboard to my left hand. It's been working pretty well. Yeah, and now the mouse will never slide out of your hand. What's up, Silver Galaxy? Wonderful to see you. I overcame that issue by switching to a dynamic microphone. See, I don't have the money for a dynamic microphone, and the Blue Yeti is really good. Like, not on its own, I should clarify, but with third party filters and little adjustments you can make, the Blue Yeti sounds like $100+ microphone, and it costs way less. or at least it cost me way less back in the day, back when I bought it like 10 years ago, which is crazy to say out loud. It probably is over $100 now with tariffs, but this thing sounds really good because I put a lot of third party filters and effects on the microphone to eliminate things like background noise or eliminate like the peaking of the microphone versus the super low levels that I don't want picked up. Anyways, that's not what we're talking about. What I was trying to get into was Warframe with my guide Silver Galaxy. I know, I'm so excited. I'm going to be so lost. I'm just going to hold your hand like a orphaned child. But no, yeah, we're getting back into Warframe. I'm very excited. And I broke out my old MMO mouse, the mouse I literally pretty much only use for Warframe, and that's my Razer Naga Trinity. I never use this mouse for anything else because it weighs like 108 grams. This thing is a brick. Like if you dropped the Logitech G Pro X Superlight on a child's head, they'd probably just think it was food. If you dropped this on an infant's head, they're coming out with brain damage. That's altering the course of their entire future. This thing is way too heavy. It's not the most comfortable shape. I don't love egg-shaped mice, same thing. But what I do love about this mouse is it's the perfect MMO mouse, in my opinion. Here's the thing. I know that there are better mice out there for MMO games with more buttons. But my problem with mice that have like 20 buttons on the side is there's nowhere to put your thumb when you hold the mouse. And I've played with mice that have like 20 buttons, and your finger just has to like rest on top of the buttons. But the problem is, maybe I'm just a spastic person. When I'm using a mouse with all these buttons on the side, I'll accidentally press one and screw up my entire game. This mouse is the only one in the history that I've ever seen that has the design where the buttons are around your finger and you put your finger in the middle and you're not pressing any buttons. Even if I tense up, even if like I get jump scared in a video game, I'm not going to press any buttons accidentally. The trade-off, the one downside, is you only get 7 side buttons. That's more than, the default 2 that every mouse has. You can't even see it because it's so dark. It's more than the default 2, but it's less than like the stereotypical MMO mouse, which has like 20 on the side. But I think 7 is kind of perfect for a game like Warframe. Sure, I'm not going to be a pro World of Warcraft player with 7 buttons on the side, but Warframe is the sweet spot, and 7 buttons is also the sweet spot. I love this design. It's so easy to like memorize it to my muscle memory, to like my brain as well. Because here's the other thing. Again, when I played with a mouse that had 20 buttons, it was so difficult to remember what each button did without like haptic feedback involved. With only 7 and them being kind of all spaced out in different circular directions, I can remember. Like for Warframe, 6 is my melee. I know how to move down to 6 because it's just a little down and to the left. But if I was trying to play Warframe with 20 buttons on the side, finding button number 6 is difficult. Especially because like sometimes you got to reach all the way up to the top of the mouse or then go all the way back down to the bottom. This is a very long rant. That's truly not that important. But I feel like Warframe specifically, this is the perfect amount of buttons on a mouse. 7 on the side, 2 on the front. I don't know, man. Some people might disagree with me. Some people might say that you don't need to play Warframe with macros. Other people might say that you do need 20 buttons on your mouse for Warframe. I just don't agree with either of those arguments. I think Warframe is perfect with 7 buttons, and this is the perfect design for 7 buttons. My finger's not going to accidentally press any of them, and I have easy access to all of them without having to like stretch my finger up to the top of the mouse or bend my finger back down to the bottom. Hashtag not sponsored. I'm not. I just genuinely, I feel like this is the best way to play Warframe, and I'm so excited to play Warframe again. I had to break this mouse back out of its box. I've had it in storage for years. The 7 buttons in a circle, favorite design. I've never enjoyed a mouse design more, and I think the reason I love it so much is because it's extinct. You can't buy this mouse anymore. Razer got rid of it because they're fucking idiots. This is why I'm not sponsored by them. I fucking hate them. Um, Razer stopped selling this mouse, and no one else sells a mouse design like this. There's no other company that hit this sweet spot. Every company either has the default 2 buttons or like 20 buttons, which is too many buttons. No one needs that many buttons. Even if you're like a professional League of Legends player, you don't need 20 buttons. You need to go get the fuck outside, touch some grass, and maybe a girl. Like, anyways, I'm just excited because I love this mouse design. I wish something like this existed in the modern gaming market, but sadly, there are no mice, whatever. There are no mice in the modern gaming market that have this design, so I had to break out a prehistoric, extinct model in order to get my best Warframe experience, and I'm so excited. It might sound silly that like a mouse is what's making me excited to play Warframe, but it's true. I mean, there's other things I'm excited about. I'm excited to play the game again. I'm excited to get back into the grind, play with the chat. But I would be lying if the mouse wasn't like towards the top of my list because it just makes Warframe so much fun. And boy, do I miss Warframe, so I'm excited. That game is perfect. Anyways, let's put some music on, start getting into the grind of shiny hunting. And then, like I said, once we either find the shiny or we get bored, we'll go play Warframe. Hashtag not sponsored. Take him straight to the dating sim? What do you mean there's a dating sim now? What? Listen, I feel like a veteran of war, but like, I'm talking World War II. Like, playing Warframe today is probably going to be like if you threw a World War II veteran out into like a modern warfare setting where they've got drones fucking suicide bombing people in the trenches, and you've got aircraft that can go almost undetected and invisible in the sky. Like, a World War II vet would perish instantly. They'd have no idea what they're doing. Sure, they can kill someone with a bayonet, but you're never even going to reach them with the bayonet when you've got like a Walmart drone flying directly into your face with a C4 attached to it. It's unlucky. It's almost unfair for them. And that's how I feel. Like, I feel like a veteran of Warframe, but I played it back before, like, anything existed that was worth mentioning nowadays. Like I played Warframe before they had GMO in people's cereal. Anyways. It's the same way I feel about Minecraft, though. Like, I am 100% a Minecraft veteran. It's the game I have the most amount of hours in, the most time spent playing. But I kind of stopped playing Minecraft as regularly after 1.10. And considering we're on 1.21, 22, that's over half of the Minecraft updates, over half of the Minecraft, like, lifespan I've never played and never experienced. Like, a trial chamber? No clue what that is. I have no idea how to play a trial chamber, let alone, like, what a mace is. No, yeah. I've never even... Okay, this is embarrassing to admit as a quote-unquote Minecraft veteran, but I've never owned netherite armor, because I don't think I've ever really played Minecraft, at least not regularly, not seriously, since netherite came out. Like, back when I played Minecraft, diamond armor was the best armor. What's this new netherite shit? Me and my old head friends played back when if you had that bling on you, it meant you were covered in blue. Maybe like a gold helmet to survive the nether. I'll be back in like half an hour-ish, but we'll still lurk, bestie. Thank you, Silver. I appreciate it. Yeah, what are we talking about though? I almost refuse to believe you that there's a dating sim in the game now. Though at the same time, I wouldn't be shocked because it's Warframe, and I feel like Warframe has done some crazy updates and added some crazy like elements to their game, like things you would never expect for a looter shooter space game. They'll just go and add something totally out of left field to that game that almost doesn't fit, but at the same time, it fits perfectly because it's Warframe. Like, I don't know. No, I'm definitely going to be a lost puppy for sure. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into tonight playing Warframe, and I'm almost scared how, like, I don't know, how much has changed in my absence. To be fair, the last mainline quest he did was Vox Solaris. Not even sure he's 100% awakened. You heard of Deviri? I don't know what that is. No, I have no clue. This is what I mean. I'm scared. I'm genuinely anxious and nervous about just like how dumb I'm gonna be, how silly I'm gonna sound with my commentary, and how bad my gameplay might end up being. He's fucked. No spoilers, lol. Yeah, I imagine a lot has changed, Silver. Like I said, I'm anxious. Getting like a mini panic attack just thinking about it. Just kidding. Just kidding. He was active for the first TennoCon they talked about it. Clearly not active enough because I have no clue what that word means. It has completely left my memory. Though, that's probably going to be true for a lot of things about Warframe. As much as I love that game, and I do love Warframe, I'm so excited to play it tonight. It has such a special place in my heart. I fear that I may have forgotten everything of importance when it comes to Warframe. Like, I don't remember much. I remember certain things, like one of the best levels to go grind like your weapons up to level 30 was on Sedna. One of the best levels, minus the what was it called? What was it called? The place to grind, sorry, credits. There was like a specific game mode that was the best for grinding credits, but if you didn't want to play that game mode over and over again, which oftentimes I did not because I found it boring, one of the best places to go grind credits otherwise was a defense mission on... Oh, I'm not going to remember the name of it now. Fuck. See, that's what I mean. I'm so out of it. Like, I can't remember the name of the planet that had this defense mission. It's actually the exact same game as 2012. You're so right. What am I nervous about? Not anymore? Wait, so are you saying that Sedna's not the best place to MR grind anymore? That almost makes me sad, because I enjoyed Sedna. I had a lot of fun playing that level and just, like, talking with the boys. I cannot remember, though. I'm so confused. What planet it was that had the really good credit grind. What was it? It was one of those weird planets. It wasn't one of the ones that are, like, in our actual real-life solar system. Or at least not considered a planet in our solar system. Ceres, I think it is Ceres, that had the best credit grind outside of the game mode literally designed for credit grinding, and I cannot remember the game mode's name for the life of me. This is what I mean, bro. I'm washed. It's 100% in our solar system. Okay, but it's not one of our planets. Just like how Pluto got excommunicated from being a planet. And all my homies hate Pluto. Sorry, I know it's a hot take. I know it's a hot take. People love to, you know, be all positive, have rose-tinted glasses, and talk so highly about Pluto. But in my opinion, Pluto's soft. Pluto's a pretty boy. Pluto wishes it could be a real planet. And that's what I love about Warframe. It got me talking shit on planets. Anyways. God dang it, I wasn't pressing this button. I'm gonna have to switch these out. I don't know. Something wrong with me, brothers. All slightly less planets. I remember the best place to get Argon crystals was the Void. And I had to do that a lot because Argon crystals would have a half-life and eventually just leave your inventory entirely. And I had a bad habit of grinding a ton of Argon crystals and forgetting to use them before they all just disappeared out of my inventory. What else do I remember? I remember my boy Barrow. Listen, Barrow was my brother. I loved when Barrow was in town. My boy Barrow, he's practically my husband at this point. Just haven't spoken to him in a couple years. Kind of like my real life husband. Sorry. But yeah, I don't remember much else. Like, nothing else is at least jumping out to me. Well, I guess obviously there's one thing I haven't said yet. I had my pet dog. And specifically it was a... it was a... Oh my god, I'm not gonna remember. A Hemlith? Is that what it's called? I don't know. But it was like infected. Had a bunch of little tentacles and growths coming out of it. Sounds gross, but she's a sweetheart. I love my girl Sloan. Sloan was my darling, my favorite companion. I'm excited to see her again. Hopefully she doesn't hate me. Haven't fed her in like 3 years. It'd be like the scene from Futurama where the dog just waiting for years. Never gives up hope. Except we're gonna have the happy ending. Because Sloane's gonna see her owner again. Me and her are getting reconnected today. Our friendship reignited. I don't know. It's crazy to think about, and I said this in our last live stream where we all discussed what game we should play together and what I guess video game we should add as like a community game that I could play with everyone in the chat. And when the topic of Warframe came up, like, it was an immediate yes, obviously. Love Warframe. But it is a little embarrassing to admit, with as many hours as I have in the game, how little I know about it, how little I remember about it, and how little I actually progressed in the game. Like, it's in my top 3 of video games I've ever played when it comes to time spent playing the game. I have the 3rd most hours of any game I've ever played in Warframe. It's over 1,000. It's just behind Minecraft at number 1 and Counter-Strike at number 2. But Warframe's up there. It's in the top 3. And like I said, over 1,000 hours, I feel like, is impressive for any game and would make any person a quote-unquote master of the game. I can't call myself a master of Warframe. And I think the reason why is because I spent so much of those 1,000 hours grinding the silliest little things that didn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Or at least they didn't really progress me further in the plot. Yeah, I was constantly grinding. Just the dumbest side quests or items. And you know what? We'll probably get right back into that when I play again today. Like, if Warframe actually gets back into my video game rotation, like heavy, I doubt that I'm gonna be any different. I'm still probably gonna grind some of the dumbest items and quests possible, just because I find them fun. Oh, fuck. I was pressing the wrong button on this one. I'm so mad, bro. Okay, we gotta switch it out or something. Like, we've made a mistake now 3 times this stream, and we've barely been live for 30 minutes. I don't know if it's just the way I'm, like... I don't know. I don't know if it's the way I'm positioning my hands or what, but I'm just not pressing the button on this Game Boy properly. I don't understand why. It happens every stream, though, and I still haven't found a solution. I can't tell if it's me. I can't tell if it's the Game Boy. It might be me. Maybe I need to fix the way I'm positioning my hands and pressing buttons so the button presses actually count. They actually register. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm just very excited. Listen, I won't lie to you. I'm so fucking excited to play Warframe again. I miss it. And you know, I never planned to take such a long break from the game. I never planned to, like, practically up and quit the game. I definitely didn't want that to happen because I have so many hours invested in that game. It would be a waste if I just quit. And you know, maybe that's the sunk cost fallacy speaking. But it's true. Like, I have over 1,000 hours in that game. If I just up and quit, especially without finishing the game, and I know there's not really like a true end to Warframe, but like, I didn't even get halfway through the content and I quit. That's silly. So for sure, I want to play the game again. I'm definitely the type of person where if I invest 1,000 hours into something, I'm not gonna just quit because, again, I would feel like an idiot. It's the same reason I continue to play Counter-Strike, even though I've all but cut shooter games out of my life. Like, I used to be an addict to any tactical shooter game. It was the genre of video game I played the most, the genre of video game I live streamed the most for a long period of time. But I've cut most of those games out of my life. I don't play Overwatch anymore. I don't play, like, Battle Royales much anymore, like PUBG or H1Z1. I cut Valorant out of my life, which was difficult because, again, I'm someone who, even though it is a fallacy, I believe very much so in the sunk cost fallacy being, if anything, the opposite. Instead of a fallacy, I believe it to be a truth. And maybe that's, I don't know, a red flag. Maybe that's a mistake in the way that my brain works, but I struggle to give up on something when I've invested so much time or money into it. And that's how I felt about Valorant. I had a lot of time into Valorant, and I also had a pretty hefty amount of money spent on skins. Now, it's nowhere as close to my Counter-Strike inventory. And maybe that's one of the reasons I still play Counter-Strike, is my inventory's just a stupid amount of money for someone who doesn't play the game much anymore. But, like, going back to Valorant, my Valorant account, I spent at least $120 on skins, and I had hundreds of hours spent in the game. And therefore, to quit Valorant made me feel like I'd wasted all that money and I'd wasted all that time in my life. And I know that's not true. Like, we got something out of that. It's not a complete loss. We got live streams out of it. We got content out of it. I made friends from playing Valorant. So it is not a loss, but it does feel like it a little bit. Like, looking back, I wish I didn't spend all the money on skins. Thankfully, it wasn't like a detrimental amount of money. It didn't completely wreck me financially. Again, if I had to estimate, I think I spent probably about $120 on Valorant skins. Not terrible. Now, Counter-Strike skins, that is a blow to my bank account. if I look back over the history of my life. I don't think I'm in the thousands yet with Counter-Strike skins, but it's definitely over 500. And my inventory is worth even more than that. And you might be wondering, well, how is it possible that you spent like over $500, but your inventory is worth in the thousands? I don't want to make it sound better than it is. I probably shouldn't exaggerate. My inventory is like just over $1,000. And the reason is because the market in Counter-Strike is so fluid. It almost works like stocks. That a skin I bought back in 2015 for $5 today is now worth like 50. And I actually sold that skin. That exact example is a weapon skin that I sold because I wanted to make profit. I don't play Counter-Strike much anymore, and I couldn't justify holding on to a $50 weapon skin when I could just sell it and technically make $45 profit because I bought it 10 years ago for $5. But I have a lot of weapons in my Counter-Strike inventory that are like that. Almost every weapon in my Counter-Strike inventory has gone up in price over the years, which is why my inventory is worth like just over $1,000, even though I probably only spent like 500 on skins throughout my life. And I have been slowly selling off some of my weapon skins. If like I'm a little pressed for cash, my bank account's a little broke, but I want to buy a Steam game, I'll sell a Counter-Strike skin and use that money to buy a Steam game. But there are some skins that I just can't get rid of, either because I have like an emotional attachment to them, which sounds weird for a weapon skin in a video game, but like I've been playing Counter-Strike for over a decade. Some of these weapon skins I've been using to headshot people for over a decade. And therefore it's difficult to part ways with them. Additionally, some other weapon skins that I have that I could sell for a really good profit, but it's difficult to do that, are the ones with stickers on them. And it's not that it's difficult to part ways with them. Like, you know, some of the skins I've had for 10 plus years. I'll give you an example. I have a P90 skin, and it's worth a couple bucks. But when I bought it 10 years ago, it was worth like 30 cents. So technically, if I sold it, I'd be like 10xing my money and making a couple bucks profit. But I'm not going to sell that skin because I've had it for 10 plus years. And it's been a part of my like Counter-Strike personality almost. That's an example of a skin that I can't part ways with emotionally. An example of a skin I can't part ways with financially is like my P250. I have a P250 Muertos skin, and it has a sticker on it that's worth hundreds of dollars. It's an iBuyPower sticker, not the Katowice sticker, not the one that's like super, super expensive, but it's still got an iBuyPower sticker on it. And any iBuyPower sticker in that game's running you through your entire bank account. Like that's gonna run your wallet. But the issue is, because I have the sticker placed on the gun already, and you cannot remove a sticker from a weapon once you have attached it, I now have this P250 skin with a sticker worth hundreds of dollars on it, but in order to sell it, I need to find someone who not only wants the sticker, but they want the sticker attached to that specific gun with that specific weapon finish and in that specific position. It's super difficult to sell for that exact reason. In order to sell that weapon and get the hundreds of dollars that it's worth, I'd have to find someone who is specifically looking for a P250 Muertos with an iBuyPower sticker on it, and that iBuyPower sticker is in the third position on the gun. And maybe I'll find a buyer who like wants the P250 Muertos, and they want an iBuyPower sticker on it, but they wanted the iBuyPower sticker in the first position, not the third position. So they aren't going to buy it. That's where it becomes difficult. And while I would 100% be willing to sell that skin, I don't really have an emotional attachment to that skin. I don't think I'll ever find a buyer for it. So I'm just kind of stuck with this weapon skin that's worth hundreds of dollars, but I can't sell it because it's in this just very unlucky niche of being a specific gun with a specific weapon finish with a specific sticker attached to it. And the only buyer who's going to pay for that is if they want all of those specific things. All of those specific criterias have been checked off and they're okay with it. It's a bummer. Like, I have a weapon skin with multiple $100+ stickers on it. It's my AWP Redline. And again, even though the gun is worth hundreds of dollars, I'd have to find someone who specifically wants all of those stickers and that skin. And that's near impossible. Especially once we're talking about multiple stickers. Like, a P250 Muertos with an iBuyPower sticker on it is probably easier to sell, and it's realistic to sell that gun, because it's just one weapon skin with one sticker on it. There's got to be someone out there who wants that weapon skin with that sticker on it. Right? Sure, the odds of that are possible. It's in the realm of reality. But then trying to sell an op skin with multiple hundreds of dollars of stickers on them is way less likely. Like, someone who wants my op Redline with those 3 specific stickers on it just multiplies the odds exponentially lower to anyone being willing to purchase that. Which is why I doubt I'm ever going to be able to sell that Counter-Strike skin for the hundreds of dollars that it's worth, because I doubt I'll ever find a buyer, which is a bummer, because again, I'd be willing to sell it. It almost feels like a weight in my chest. It feels like this money I have sitting in a bank account that I can't retrieve. Knowing that I have a Counter-Strike weapon that I have hundreds of dollars of value in, both the skin and the stickers, but I'm unable to sell that weapon because there's no one that'll buy it for the specific skin and stickers that are on it, that sucks. I just feel like I've got hundreds of dollars taunting me, laughing in my face. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. But I have been slowly selling off some of my other Counter-Strike skins that people will buy. You know, the skins that don't have stickers on them, or the skins that have gone up in price since I bought them in 2015. And I'm not buying any other skins, really, to replace them, at least nothing expensive. Because I doubt I'll ever make money like that again. For example, the gun I was talking about earlier, it was my MP9 Starlight Protector. I bought that for $5, I sold it for $50. That's probably not going to happen again, at least not realistically. The way the Counter-Strike market works now, it's far too unpredictable. So instead of trying to buy like another $5 skin and hope, fingers crossed, it goes up in value in the future, I sold the skin I had for $50, and I bought a replacement skin for like 20 cents. That is admittedly pretty shit. It's not a good skin, but it's better than nothing. And because I bought it for 20 cents, like, if it goes up in price, down in price, it's probably not going to affect me emotionally nor financially. Like, if my 20-cent skin goes up in price, the max I can see that going up to is like 40 cents. Cool. Or if my 20-cent skin goes down in price and now it's worth 2 cents, I don't care because I only spent 20 cents on it. That's kind of my mentality now with Counter-Strike skins. Because they're so fluid, you'll probably never see me purchase a Counter-Strike skin worth more than $5 ever again in my life. Because it's such a risk. Like, why would I spend... Let's use an example that's real. One of the examples where I lost money. Why would I spend $180 on a glove skin just for it to go down in price, and I lose $30. And that's a real example because I bought gloves at $180 and now they're worth $150. And it almost makes me feel stupid. It makes me like regret buying them because I technically lost $30. And that's the annoying thing. Like, they're supposed to be cosmetics in a video game. Like, we're talking about weapon skins, but it feels like I'm talking about stocks in the same way people like lose their homes and their wives because they made a bad stock deal. Like, I'm talking about it with the same sense of sincerity. And that's stupid. I can recognize that it's stupid, which is why I'm not buying Counter-Strike skins anymore. Because it just feels unpredictable and like a risk. Like I'm potentially going to lose money. I don't even remember how we got on this rant, bro. I'm going to be honest. But yeah. I don't know. Nowadays, I just buy really cheap skins worth less than $5. And I've sold most of my expensive items in that game. And I don't feel bad about it. Because it's allowed me to buy a ton of games on Steam. And again, like if I had a really expensive, rare weapon skin and I sold it, so what? I'll go replace it with like a 20-cent skin and spend the money I made off of it on maybe Platinum and Warframe. Oh, I remember how we got on this topic. I just reminded myself by making that joke about Warframe. We got on this topic because I was talking about games that I feel like I can't quit. I feel like I'm trapped, stuck playing these games because I've invested so much time and so much money into them. And again, I know that's how the sunk cost fallacy literally works. It's the definition of the sunk cost fallacy. But it's how my brain works as well. My brain believes that fallacy to be true. It's the reason why I feel like I can't quit Counter-Strike. It's the reason I struggled to quit playing Valorant. And it's the same reason I'm happily gonna get back into Warframe. To spin it in a positive way. I don't think I can ever quit Warframe because I've spent so much time and money on the game. But at least that's a good game. You know? That's a game that brings me joy. And I always have fun playing. Counter-Strike, I can't quit it. And I can't say it always brings me joy. That game makes me a very angry person sometimes. But I feel trapped. But you know, like I said, with Warframe at least, I'm excited to play it again. I'm like just giddy right now, if you can't tell. I'm like a fucking Catholic schoolgirl, grinning from ear to ear. Can't wait to play it once these resets are done, once we're wrapped up shiny hunting. I'm excited. I'm very excited. And you know, I purposefully designed the stream with Pokemon first and Warframe second. One, because it kind of saves the best for last. But also, there's a chance we find the shiny like right now. And if we do find the shiny right now, then we can just go play Warframe sooner rather than later. And like, I didn't want it to work the other way around. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't want to play Warframe for 2 hours, switch to Pokemon, find the shiny immediately, and then kind of be stuck and not know what to do. At least this way, if we find the shiny, and we have to kind of change gears, almost like improv, it's really easy to change gears to Warframe. We have more flexibility playing Pokemon first. And honestly, I should do this more. I think pretty much every time I've live streamed shiny hunting, I'm only shiny hunting throughout the stream. Like, I don't think I've ever done a shiny hunting stream, at least not in this series, in this game, I don't think I've ever done a shiny hunting stream where I played another game in that live stream. It's always just Pokemon. And I think part of the reason I never played another game is because I was worried that if I like found the shiny, it would ruin the schedule for the stream. Like, if I found the shiny 5 minutes in the stream, I wouldn't be ready to go play another game. And while that's true for a lot of games, Warframe isn't like that, where I, don't need to have a set time to play it. It's very flexible within the stream schedule. And within this stream today. But no, yeah, we should definitely do this more. I don't know why I've never played another game while shiny hunting. Like, I don't know. Regardless, you'll probably see this more often in the future. Just a heads up. There will probably be more streams in the future where I'm playing, like, shiny hunting for a couple hours, and then Warframe for a couple hours. Or I'm shiny hunting for a couple hours, and then we go play Mario Kart for a couple hours. Because now that I think about it, it's something I want to implement more into my stream schedule, and something I think could be a lot more fun. It would also make these shiny hunting streams more fun. So yeah, we're definitely going to do that more in the future. Wonderful idea. I'm so proud of us, guys. I'm glad we came to this conclusion. Most of the bodies in the Sol system in Warframe are moons of planets. And, like, I've been aware of that. Some of them I did not hear of before. I'll admit. Like, some of the locations in Warframe I thought were made up until I learned otherwise. But I had heard of, like, Ceres before, I recognize that one, but I'll be honest, I did not know that for the longest time, Silver. Also, if it isn't immediately obvious, the music we're listening to in today's stream is just a compilation of every song in Pokemon Emerald on shuffle. And I'm living my best life. I'm having so much fun. I love the soundtrack in Pokemon Emerald. I pressed the wrong button, that's awkward. Is my DS on low battery? Wait. We're going to run that back after this reset. I'm going to pay a little bit more attention. It shouldn't be on low battery. The light is green, at least. What the heck? It looked like a low battery symbol was on my homepage there. My startup screen. So confused. It shouldn't be a low battery either, because I always charge these systems after the stream. Immediately after I end the stream, I go and I charge all 4 of these until they're back on full battery. So I don't know why the DS would be on low battery right now, unless, like, the battery is just naturally draining over time. It has been maybe like a week and a half, 2 weeks since I've done a shiny hunting stream. Okay, no, we're good. I was looking at the wrong symbol. We're on full battery. I'm just losing it. I'm just tripping out. Okay. Where are we at? 120 resets today. Not bad. I'm also excited for the next shiny hunt we do after this. So, my biggest... I don't know if complaint is the right word. It's almost like self-doubt, self-conscious feelings towards the stream. I think that's a good way of wording it. The thing about these shiny hunting streams that have brought me the most self-consciousness and feeling of doubt is the lacking quality with this camera. because the camera looks so bad, I feel like the stream is not as good as it could be. And that bums me out a little bit. But I'm excited for the next shiny hunt, because the way we're going to fix that is not only will we have a camera pointed at these consoles, but I'll also be playing one game with my capture card. So there'll be at least one recording, one screen of gameplay footage where you could watch the gameplay in full HD quality. The only trade-off for that is I'm not going to have enough hands to play 4 consoles and a game on my capture card. So what I'm probably going to end up doing is we're going to drop down to 3 consoles. And I'm going to be playing 2 on this camera with this hand. And the third console I'll have plugged into my capture card and I'll play with this hand. It's the best solution, I think. Now, in a perfect world, I would just have 4 capture cards, and I'd record all 4 of these on the 4 capture cards. But I only have 1 capture card, so we're going to have to sadly ditch a console and only shiny hunt with 3 at once. But one of those 3 shiny hunts is going to be in HD quality, recorded with a capture card, and you'll get the screen cap directly on the live stream, which I think will look nice. I think it'll look better than this setup, where I've just got a $14 webcam pointed at 4 consoles, and they all look kind of blurry. So I'm very excited for the next shiny hunt. And we technically don't have to wait until the next shiny hunt to do that. I, however, have pretty much committed to running 4 consoles on the starter shiny hunt, on the Charmander specifically, because it takes so long that I want as many consoles as possible to shiny hunt this Charmander, just to speed up the process any way I can. Like, it's not even the Charmander itself that takes so long. It's getting through... One second, what's the number? 32. The thing that is taking so long is getting through Gary and Professor Oak's dialogue and the whole cutscene of choosing your starter. It just takes so long, bro. So, while we could mix it up and try to use the capture card, I think it's better if I continue to play with 4 consoles, as many consoles as possible, for the Charmander shiny hunt. And then once we find Charmander, and some of these shiny hunts we're doing in the future take way less time and are way easier to do, then we'll switch it up and we'll use like the capture card on one of our systems. Hey, what's up, Drac? It's nice to see you, brother. I'm doing pretty well. How about you? Today's my first day off work in a while, so I'm relaxing. And I'm enjoying it. It's been a very chill day. I spent most of the day in bed, actually. Which, may be a little lazy, but after working so much recently, I wanted some time to just rot in bed. Alright. But yeah, I don't know. I'm very, very excited for this stream today. The shiny hunting's always fun, and it's always a good time talking with the chat. And then Warframe is... It's just got me feeling giddy, bro. I haven't played that game in years, and I miss it. Been good. I've been having fun playing Wizard 101 on PlayStation. And you know what? I'm jealous of you for that. That's so cool. I think it's so cool that you're playing Wizards 101. It makes me want to go back and play like some of those old school MMOs that I used to boot up on the family computer. Like, it makes me want to go back and play Webkins again, or play Club Penguin again, or Mabinogi, which is a game I have not touched in years also. But it was like one of the MMOs I played the most as a kid. Okay. See, as cool as I think Wizards 101 is, it was a game I never really played as a kid. I always just watched YouTube videos about it and kind of admired other people who played it because I couldn't play it. Like, it was already difficult to convince my parents to buy me, like, a Webkinz. And they refused to buy me a Club Penguin membership, so I always had to play Club Penguin on a free account. But I don't think I was ever going to be able to convince them to pay for Wizards 101 either, growing up. And I don't blame them. Like, my parents were strapped for cash. Like, we grew up poor. Like, they were entirely justified telling me no when I asked them during the midst of the fucking economic recession of 2008. Can you buy me a Club Penguin membership account? No! We can't afford our mortgage. So, like, yeah, I don't blame them. I think the only reason I got a Webkinz account is because my parents thought, like, they were buying me a stuffed animal, which is a physical gift. Like, that's something that they could get me for my birthday or for Christmas and justify it to both themselves and to me. And I was able to justify it because getting a Webkinz for Christmas added one more pet to my Webkinz account. And that was always a nice little humble brag. Nah, dude, I loved Webkinz growing up. And like I said, it was one of the only kind of like online games that my parents would ever pay for because they weren't paying for the account, they were paying for a stuffed animal. And that's at least like a physical thing that makes sense to them. But otherwise, I had to play on free accounts for like everything. Club Penguin, Pop Tropica. Oh, I didn't even mention Pop Tropica. Bro, I grew up addicted to Pop Tropica. Wizards 101 was a free game, just some things the game you need to pay for. And see, that makes sense. That was kind of like the business model back then. It was the same thing with Pop Tropica, Club Penguin. Like, as much as I loved Pop Tropica, without paying for the game, it started to become very annoying to play. And I remember actually getting kind of, like, upset. At one point in time, I basically rage quit Pop Tropica because I was playing on a free account. And I think at that very, very early, young age, I learned what the term pay to win was without knowing the term pay to win. Now, Pop Tropica wasn't necessarily pay to win. I mean, there were some things you could pay for that would help you progress. There was also just a lot of cosmetics you could buy. And I felt like a loser playing on a free account back in Pop Tropica because like my character looked so boring and just neutral. My character looked like the flavor vanilla. It's so boring. Meanwhile, everyone who had like spent money on Pop Tropica, they're running around in like a superhero costume or dressed up as like a giant burger. And my character just looked like a dude. And I hated it. It would always make me so mad. I remember the main reason I stopped playing Wizard 101 was because the one quest you had to pay for to complete. Because the one thing in the area that you had to pay for to unlock. Oh, yeah. That would also have made me mad as a kid. That's like the OG rage bait, low-key. Making a quest that you have to pay to unlock. That's how to piss off a generation of middle schoolers who grew up with games like Wizards 101 or Pop Tropica. It's so funny, though. It's funny to equate it to rage bait. That's, I think, what makes it funny to me. Also, my throat is feeling a little scratchy today, which I'm a little nervous about. Not gonna lie, boys. Try not to get sick. Though, like, okay. In the past, if you asked me a year ago, I would have told you that I never get sick. And that's true. Like, I used to never get sick. But this year, I've gotten sick multiple times. And I now think that, like, it's created almost a feeling of anxiety where I'm starting to get worried that my near perfect immune system is starting to break down. Because I've been sick like 3 times this year, which I know is not a lot, but it's a lot for me. And I don't know, man. Yeah, it just makes me a little worried, especially today when I can feel the itchiness in the back of my throat. I'm gonna have to start like munching on some vitamins and some medicine before anything gets too out of whack. Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to take more vitamins though lately because like, and maybe this is a relatable feeling for some people, but like I grew up as a kid being forced to take vitamins, and it made me hate them. Though also the vitamins my parents bought me were like the really chalky ones that did not taste good. They weren't like flavored to mixed berry or something, like, I don't know, kid friendly. Like the vitamins my parents were buying for us were the cheap, chalky, terrible vitamins. So like growing up as a kid and being forced to eat those made me hate vitamins. So then when I became an adult, in almost like a mindset of immaturity, I just equated vitamins with being something for kids and something that like I didn't need. Once I could live on my own, I wasn't being forced to eat vitamins. I'm not going to. I'm an adult now. I don't have to do that. And again, I think that might be a relatable feeling for some people, especially people who like are in their early 20s and maybe just moved out of the house. Like, hopefully I'm not alone in that feeling. But now that I'm getting into my late 20s, which is embarrassing to admit, I hate saying that. I hate the constant thought that I'm always getting older and probably, I don't know, probably never gonna slow down. If anything, I feel like I'm aging faster. I feel like time is moving by faster. Just racing towards my inevitable death. Unlucky. But, as I am getting older, and I've gained more of, I don't know, like a maturity and understanding of how the world works, I realize, like, maybe I should take vitamins again. Especially because, like, you can buy really tasty vitamin gummies. And it just feels like I'm chewing on a snack. It feels like I'm popping pills. Not literally. Not like that. Sorry. Yeah, so I've been trying to take vitamins more. Especially this year, since my health has been so shaky. I've been getting sick far more often than I ever got sick before. And again, I know that might sound like silly to say. I've only been sick like 3 times this year. But in the past, I would get sick maximum once a year. Sometimes 0 times a year. I'd go an entire year with perfect health. And now, this year, I've been sick so many times that I'm doubting myself. I'm doubting my own body. I feel like my body's betraying me. Makes me nervous, I'll say that. Oh, man. I will say, I feel like we're moving at a pretty good pace this stream. I just wish, maybe paying a little bit more attention. I feel like I'm distracting myself from the game. Gosh. Sorry. I almost dropped the clicker. I love the music from this game, bro. It's so good. And you know, I try to listen to different music every shiny hunting live stream. So we've listened to a pretty good variety of gaming soundtracks. Yet I don't think I've ever listened to the Pokemon Emerald soundtrack before today. At least not on stream. It's kind of crazy it took us this long to boot up the good old Pokemon Emerald soundtrack. It's a classic. It's so good. Going back to the whole MMO mouse discussion we had earlier, I know I ranted about this for a long time. I know I talked about this mouse for a long time. I wish they would make an MMO mouse that is good. And I know I'm speaking from a very strong place of bias. Like, I don't like mouse designs that are super heavy, and I don't like mice that have 20 plus buttons, even though most MMO mouse designs kind of strive for that. The MMO mice market is basically a race to see who could add the most buttons to a mouse. But like for me, it gets to a point where there's too many, it's overwhelming, and it's also uncomfortable to hold in the hands, where I have to put my fingers in very specific places so I don't accidentally press a button. This design, as I was talking about earlier, to me is like perfect, because there's a spot to put your thumb in the middle, you have all the buttons around, and you're not accidentally pressing anything. There's no buttons up here, which is unnecessary. I can't tell you how many mice I see with buttons way, way high up on the mouse or way, way low on the mouse. Red Dragon is a company that does that a lot. I don't understand why. Like, no one's gonna be able to, like, while playing a game, I can't reach the tippy top of the mouse, or I can't, like, contort my hand to put my thumb at the bottom without ruining the feeling of the mouse and also my ability to handle mouse properly. Like, I'm going to then mess up gameplay because I'm not controlling the mouse properly. And therefore, I feel like there is not a perfect MMO mouse, at least not for me. The closest thing to a perfect MMO mouse is the one I'm using today, the Razer Naga Trinity. But it still has flaws. I don't like this egg shape. It's too much. It's too wide. It's a wide boy. And it also weighs like 108 grams. That's way too much. It weighs so fucking heavily for a mouse, especially gaming mouse. Like, gaming mice are supposed to be lightweight, and that bitch is a brick. Like, my perfect gaming mouse, and I don't just mean for MMOs, I think I mean for every game ever. Like, if I had to pick an all-encompassing mouse, it would be close to the Razer Naga Trinity. And I realize I should probably specify what I mean by all-encompassing. I mean a mouse that you could play for an MMO, as well as a mouse you can play for like an FPS game, similar to the G Pro X Superlight. Like, this mouse is great for FPS games, but not great for MMO games because you only have 2 buttons on the side. But it's light, it's versatile, feels good in the hand. I think my perfect mouse that would be all-encompassing, the perfect mouse that would cover every type of game, is a mouse similar to the Naga Trinity. Because like I said earlier, I think 7 buttons on a mouse, or 7 side buttons at least, the mouse technically has 9 buttons. I think 9 buttons is the perfect amount of buttons, where you don't need more for every single video game ever, but you also don't need less. And again, there's going to be some games that you can play with less. There's going to be some games that you play with more, but I think the perfect middle ground, perfect sweet spot, is 9 buttons on a mouse total. 7 on the side here, 2 right below the scroll wheel. You can't really see it because it's dark, but yeah. The only things I would fix to make that mouse actually perfect and improve it is the weight and the ergonomics of it. It's not very good to hold in the hand. I don't like the egg-shaped design. and the weight is also an ungodly, just hefty extreme. It being 108 grams is so stupid, bro. And I'm not one of those, like, gaming mice purists who believes that every mouse should be, like, under 40 grams. Like, if a mouse isn't under 40 grams, it's not a good gaming mouse. I'm not that extreme with it. But I do think 100 grams is stupid for a gaming mouse. I would ideally... Welcome back, Silver Galaxy. I would ideally like a mouse to be around 60 grams or less. So, like, if I was making my perfect gaming mouse, it would have 9 buttons on it, 6 or 7 on the side, 2 or 3 on the front. And it would be 60 grams or less. You don't need RGB. I think RGB is overrated and also adds unnecessary weight to the mouse. I would want a mouse that has really, really good skates and, like, glides around your mouse pad. Super smooth. And this is going to be a hot take, but I actually would prefer a wired mouse because you'll cut down on the weight of the mouse. I understand that it's difficult to have that many buttons on a mouse and have it lightweight. Like, it's easier for a mouse to be lighter with less buttons. So in order to kind of compensate for that, in order to have 9 buttons, but a low weight, put a wire on it. It does not need to be wireless. Wireless is going to make it heavier, having all of those components inside the mouse. And I kind of like wired mouse anyways, because I am terrible when it comes to remembering to, like, charge the wireless mouse that I do have, or charge the wireless headsets that I have. Like, I don't know. I have such a bad memory with that, and I also hate when I'll be in the middle of a game and my mouse will die on me, and I'm just standing there AFK, T-posing practically. Yeah. I don't mind wired mice. I think the crave of wireless mice and everyone obsessing over a mouse being wireless is not... It's not a necessity for me. I don't know what that song was we just listened to. I was trying to think about it. I don't know what part of the game you would hear that song. It's wonderful to see you again, Silver. Okay. Bing bop boom. I have returned. Welcome back. Alright. Let's get it, brothers. We're getting the shiny right now, I believe. What is this as well? Oh, this is the Battle Pike. Really? I did not recognize this song. God dang it, bro. I accidentally nicknamed all my freaking Charmanders. I got distracted looking up the music. No lie, that's actually what happened, though, which is kind of embarrassing. I looked away from the games for 1 second, looked up at the music on my second monitor, and immediately messed up. Oh, man. I did DM you, by the way, for the Warframe segment, if/when you get a chance. Yeah, let me open that here. Let me reset all of these systems, and then I'll open the DM. Let me see here. What time? Okay, so time-wise, kind of hard to estimate. Usually the shiny hunting takes about 2.5, 3 hours. So I would say we're at an hour and a half. So 7 at the earliest, 7:30 at the latest. No, I don't think that would be awkward. It's totally fine. Yeah, we can use Discord. This is such a classic. Oh, I love the music from this game. It's so good. All right. And it's just back-to-back bops. We gotta play Pokemon Emerald at some point on stream. It's not like super high up on my priority because I want to play Black and White 2 soon. I want to do a challenge playthrough of the Heart Gold and Soul Silver games. I have too many games I want to play, I think is the problem. But Pokemon Emerald's up there. I'm available the rest of the night, just doing homework. Okay. Good to know, good to know. Yeah, I felt bad that I started the stream so late. I mean, technically, it was a midday stream, and we're in the middle of the day when we started. We started at like 3:30 something, right? Maybe 4. I don't know, it was a little late. That still technically counts as midday. However, the reason the stream started so late is because, and I know I told you this on Discord, but I don't think I've said it in the stream yet. I spent like 2 hours before the stream just getting my Warframe up to date. It took so long to update my Warframe. Now, I think it didn't help that I optimized the like data, and when you select that option during an update, it adds so much time to the update. But I wanted to do that because it had been so long since I played. So I wanted to update everything, make sure the game runs properly, and I have everything, I don't know, kind of squared away. But not only did it take the game so long to update, but I also had to spend over an hour just adjusting and fixing my settings. And I don't know if it's because I've been away from the game for so long, or because the game has gone through so many updates that maybe it just reset itself. But my Warframe had reset every single setting in the options menu to default. And playing Warframe on default settings was like a headache. I had to turn off motion blur immediately, turn off bloom, all that shit. But yeah, getting my settings tweaked to what I like specifically. For example, one thing that I pretty much turn to low or I turn off entirely are some of the particle effects. And I know it makes the game look better and cooler, but sometimes I would play Warframe and there'd be so many particle effects going on that the bitrate of the stream would just die. The whole stream would look blurry. So I lowered my particle effects and particle video settings and stuff like that. And I had to tweak my sensitivity back to what I like. The default Warframe sensitivity is so high. You move your mouse like a centimeter, and now your character's doing 360s, spinning like a ballerina. So I had to go through and fix my sensitivity for look motion, ADS motion, and then sniper motion. All 3 of those settings needed to be adjusted. It was a lot. It was a lot. I'll go over some setting stuff with you at the beginning. Yeah, I would be down with that, because there are some settings like I didn't know if they were worth it or not. Like I didn't know if it was better to have them turned on or off. There were some settings that were completely new to me and I'd never seen before, and that's, again, probably just because it's been so long since I played the game. So for some of the settings I was guesstimating and just hoping that I was choosing the correct settings, but for other things like particles, that shit's getting turned off. Particles are as low as they can be, so the stream bitrate does not collapse, does not plummet to 0. I would like the stream to have a consistent bitrate, please. I'm glad to hear that the late stream start actually works better for you, because I was worried. I was worried that I potentially messed up our plans for the day, especially because I know you told me that you'd be available starting at 1 o'clock. And I was starting the stream like 3 hours after that. That's on me. What would you say is/was your favorite mainline Pokemon game? So it goes back and forth. Depending on the day you ask me, I'll have a different answer. And therefore, it's kind of tied between two. And not only are those two my favorite Pokemon games of all time, but they're my favorite video games of all time. My favorite video games of all time is not a concrete list. Like, I don't have a top 10, but I have a top 3. And then after the top 3, I could make a top 10, but they wouldn't be in, like, any particular order. It definitely would not be in order. But my top 3 are in order. Number 3 is Minecraft. Number 2 and number 1 are tied between Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver. I absolutely adore those games. I think the DS generation of Pokemon games are some of my favorite of all time. And I specifically mean DS. The 3DS, it drops off a little bit. I think I'd have the 3DS generation of games in, like, 3rd place, behind Game Boy Advance. But yeah, no, the DS is, like, my favorite system to play Pokemon on. I absolutely adore. I meant mainline Pokemon, so you don't count the remakes. Oh, okay. That's rough. That changes my answer. Interesting. I don't know. I gotta think about it for a sec. See, part of me wants to say Black and White 1, but I think that Black and White 1 has too many problems that Black and White 2 eventually fixed. And the linear narrative is one of them. Black and White 1 is so linear, it's frustrating. So I don't know if I can say Black and White 1. It might be Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald, but that feels like a biased answer. Because it's the first games I ever played, the first games I ever owned. And I admit that there are some flaws with those games. That's a really tough question. I think it might be Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Black and White is a contender, though. I just hate how linear it is. I think the pacing is a little off. But the story is so good. But at the same time, I think the reason I'm not considering Black and White as my final answer, the reason I can't put it as my favorite, is because Black and White 2 makes the game so much better. That Black and White 1, in comparison, feel incomplete. They feel like far worse games than they actually are. Does that make sense? Like, they're not bad games, but they feel like bad games in comparison to Black and White 2. So that's tough. I feel like I'm almost biased against Black and White, but I'm too biased for Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Oh no. I think I have to say Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald and just accept that I'm being biased. But you know what? I'm allowed to be. It's my channel. It's my opinion. Fuck it. That's my answer for, like, mainline, strictly original games. But I like remakes are in my top 3 Pokemon games. I think I just prefer a lot of the remakes because I think, especially in the early days, the remakes were so good, and they improved upon the original so much. Like, these remakes are amazing, way better than Red and Green. Hey, Vegas over Galaxy, and hey, you get a custom sub badge. We didn't have those before. My old sub badges were literally just Roman numerals. They were as basic could get. It was like, I felt bad looking back. It was almost like clip art. But now we have like custom sub badges that go up in tier and up in color. Like, it starts out bronze, and coincidentally, they actually go in like order of, besides bronze, all of the rest of them are Pokemon themed. And maybe I'll eventually swap bronze out with another Pokemon color or game title. I'll show you what I mean though. Give me 1 second. Apologies. So, the sub badge is... Oh no, it's not bronze. It's called copper. They start out in copper. And like I said, I need to find a way to replace copper with a different word. Make bronze bronzong? That's genius. That's actually so smart. Okay, so it starts off with bronzong. And then it goes silver, gold, then diamond, then pearl, then sapphire, ruby, emerald, and then the last tier is violet. No, violet, then scarlet. Yeah. Yeah, so now the sub badges like have their own tiers and levels, and the colors are themed to Pokemon games. I think it's cool. I think it's way better than the old sub badges we had that were just Roman numerals based off how many months you've subscribed. It was admittedly a little lacking. A little lackluster. I'll be your new creative director, don't worry. That bronzong idea is genius. Because, like, I was originally going to start with a color scheme based off, like, minerals, or specifically based off, like, the colors you get in, like, an award medal. So, that's why I started off with bronze. Because I was going to go bronze, gold, silver. And then I realized, like, I don't have any ideas beyond that. Like, I ran out of ideas after those three. And I didn't know what to do moving forward. And then I looked at bronze, gold, and silver, and I'm like, well, gold and silver are Pokemon games. Why don't we just make the rest of the tiers Pokemon games? So I continued with that idea. But now it's a little weird because my sub badges are all Pokemon games except for bronze, the first one. But we can call it bronzong, and that's perfect. Immediately fixes that problem. Silver is a Registeel. Gold can be like Gimmighoul. Oh yeah. I'll have to go back. I mean, I don't think you can tell. When you hover... Let me check. If I hover over the sub badge... Yeah, it just says 1 month subscriber. It doesn't say bronze. I had to name them all on, like, my end. As the Twitch streamer, I had to name them certain things. But I don't think you guys can see the names. So, it doesn't really matter. But I might go back and change the name to Bronzong. That's so funny. I'm the only person that would be able to see that. But I still might do it just because I think it's funny. And it would be fitting. It'd be very, very fitting. I also added some emotes, which is something I said I was going to do for a long time. Now, a lot of the emotes are very heavily themed to, like, my channel and, like, the community. For example, 4 of the emotes are actually themed to, like, the WPGC, or Wolfpack Gaming Club. I still think that was a great idea someone came up with. I wish I could remember right now. I'm so sorry. Whoever came up with this idea, I need to remember your name. If they're in the chat right now, call me out. Someone, like a while ago, suggested in the chat that we call the community GC for Gaming Club, because it was similar to how in soccer most teams end in FC for football club, like Manchester FC. And I thought that was genius. I'm like, that's so cool. We're definitely going to call it GC for gaming club. So now a lot of the emotes are themed to that, where there's like a heart with the colors of it, a lotus flower with the colors, the flag of our gaming club is in there, and then the logo for the gaming club. So the flag has those three colors, and the colors are in both the heart and the lotus. And then the logo has the colors. Like it's all themed to the gaming club idea, which is again not even an idea I can take credit for, but whoever came up with it is a genius, and I love it. So we're sticking to the gaming club instead of calling it like a clan or calling it like a team or something even more cringe. One idea that I used to actually use back when I played Pokemon Unite. My clan in Pokemon Unite was called Wolfpack. And it was themed to like the animal wolf, which I thought was maybe a little cringy. This is like a better version of that. It's less cringe. Hi, Abby. Oh yeah, I'm perfectly fine with that. We're gonna make them. Was going to make them last night, but we have so many left over still. That's fine. Yeah, we only made one pizza the other day, so we'll have an extra pizza. Yeah, that works for me. Love you. Yeah, no, I think it's less cringe than the old way I used to word it, when I would like create a clan in a game or make a team. Because I thought the wolf pack by itself, it gave off like Sigma vibes, like dude who goes around wearing a shirt that has wolves howling at the moon. But Wolfpack Gaming Club sounds like a fucking esports team. That's a lot cooler. It's a lot less cringe. And you can shrink the last two words down to GC, and it sounds simple. It sounds clean. And I also just love the way it sounds because it's similar. Like I said, the person who compared it to football club and soccer sold it for me. That completely sold it for me. That convinced me. And that person's a genius. I don't remember who suggested it in the chat, but they're so smart. They'll be they'll be one of my creative directors as well. I'm just gonna have multiple. Eventually, everyone in the chat can be a creative director if you suggest enough good ideas, like Silver did in today's stream, or like whoever suggested the gaming club idea. Because they're a genius. They're so smart. Top tier ideas. I'll be honest, I'm probably not paying enough attention to the game. Not only am I moving a little slow, but that last reset, I don't think I even checked if any of them were shiny. It's making me a little nervous. I guess I could go back in the YouTube stream and check. Did I miss a shiny? Let's go check in the YouTube stream. I can actually rewind the YouTube stream. I can't rewind the Twitch stream. No. I don't think so. See, now I'm nervous because I know I didn't check. Yeah, none of them are shiny. Okay, cool. We're fine. We're fine. I literally got scared for a second because I know I turned off all of these consoles without checking if any of them were shiny. And it immediately made me fear the worst, which is that I got rid of a shiny. I guess that's the good thing about having the YouTube stream up. I have both the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream up just in case I need to like type something in the chat to people. And you can't rewind on Twitch, but YouTube just kind of saved my ass right there. It at least got rid of my paranoia that I missed a shiny. But yeah, I've leaned very heavily into that gaming club idea ever since someone put it in the chat, because I think it's really cool and I like it. And I think it'll be a good way to like build a community that can feel like a clan or a team or an esports organization without technically being any of those. It's a gaming club. Something like original. I don't know. I like it. I think it sounds fun. It doesn't sound as intense as like trying to start my own fucking esports organization, or as silly as calling it a team. You guys are my teammates. Nah, we're club mates. See, that shit sounds cool. I don't know. I'm half joking, but I'm also half being honest. Like, I'm making jokes about it, but I'm not lying either. I think it's cool. Whoever came up with that idea, immediately they're on my creative board. A Warframe clan? Yeah, I'm down. Because like I said, the clan that I'm currently a part of in Warframe, coincidentally actually, is the clan owned by Melon Wizard, who was in the chat earlier. But that clan is basically just me and Melon Wizard. And no disrespect to him, he's my brother. But like, I want to be a part of a clan that has more than 2 people. And I also would like to eventually create like my own clan with the Wolfpack Gaming Club kind of branding. God dang it, I pressed the wrong button on this one. I was pressing the B button. No, yeah, like we could lean into the gaming club idea in a Warframe clan, which I think would be cool. I'm definitely down with that. And then our 2 Warframe clans can have an alliance, brother. I know we talked about it last stream. I'm still down. 100% down. I love a good alliance. That's the Survivor player in me talking, though. Sometimes I miss playing online Survivor, but then other times I remember just how shitty it made me feel sometimes, and how mean some of those people could be. But I do miss it. Though I don't think I could ever go back. So I've played 2 online Survivors throughout my life, which is honestly a low number compared to a lot of the people in the community, a lot of people who play online Survivor or play like online game shows. And I should clarify, for those of you who have never heard me rant about this in the chat before, it is like an online game show. So like there's Survivor in Roblox, which is like 40 minutes to play through the entire game. And then there's Survivor the show, where you play for 26 days on an island, voting people out for $1 million. Those are the 2 extremes. The show is the pinnacle. Roblox is like the most casual version of it, a 40-minute game where you vote people out. I played online Survivor, which is somewhere in a nice, healthy middle between trying to cast or get casted and apply for a TV show versus playing 40 minutes on Roblox. The one online Survivor season I played lasted 38 real-life days. The other one was 39 or 40 days. And you have challenges that you do online with your tribe mates or by yourself once it's individual. You talk with people on Discord, and you strategize who you're voting out for 38 days straight. Unless you get voted out. And then you're out of the game. But for me, I played Online Survivor twice, and I was never voted out of either of them. I made it to the final 2, and I lost both times. Because I very much so had an attitude of like, I will lie to your face. I will tell you that I'm not going to vote you out, and then immediately write your name down. And some people did not like that. But the one thing that I will say, and I'm still proud of myself about this to this day, I at least never made it personal. I never got like nasty with people. And that's the difference between me and some of the other people that played Online Survivor. And it's one of the reasons why I don't think I would play Online Survivor again. Some of the people who played that game were very nasty. I think just immature people. Like, there was this one girl in her 30s who, when I voted out one of her allies, literally gave me the silent treatment for like 2 days. I'm sorry, I thought this was a game about communicating and strategizing and trying to build alliances. And you think you're gonna win by giving me the silent treatment? No, I'll just vote your ass out. Which I did. Like, it's a terrible strategy. You're a terrible strategist, you're a terrible Survivor player, you suck at this game, you're getting voted out. And while I can say that now, looking back, in the moment, I was still trying to be very nice to them. And try to, like, gain favor with them. Because that's what a good Survivor player does. I was respectful to everyone. And I tried, for the most part, to, like, treat people nicely. Sometimes, if people were assholes to me, I would just not respond. I'd try to be neutral. But, like, again, like, this one girl gave me the silent treatment like she was a toddler, even though she was older than me. I had another dude make fun of my appearance because I betrayed him. Like, some of the people who play Online Survivor are just not all there mentally, and definitely not there when it comes to maturity. Very, very immature people. And I don't necessarily want to put myself back in that environment. I don't want to put myself back in an environment where I'm getting made fun of, someone's mocking my appearance because I voted them out in an online version of Survivor where the winner gets $150. Like, it's crazy to me that we're playing for $150 and there were people who got so upset about that they'd make fun of the way I looked or the way I dressed. Baby, just go pick up an extra shift, work some overtime, and you'll get that money. You don't need to take it out on me. Fucking insane. So I don't love the community of players so much. And maybe I just got a very unlucky roll of the dice. I have only played 2 games, and therefore I've only played with a handful of people in the online Survivor community. Maybe the community as a whole is really, really nice. It's honestly entirely possible. It's very possible that the online Survivor community as a whole is nice, and I just got stuck with some shitty people in the 2 games I played. And therefore, it's also entirely possible that if I go play a 3rd game, I'll be surrounded with people that are actually mature, strategic, normal human beings who don't get upset and make fun of me when I vote them out of a game where you're supposed to vote people out. That's the crazy thing to me. But because I had such frustrating and disheartening experiences, because I was made fun of and just didn't have a great, I don't know, emotional and mental response to it after my first 2 times playing, I don't think I'm going to play Online Survivor again. I'll be honest. Another reason I don't really want to play again is because, like I said, I wasn't voted out my first 2 seasons. I never got voted out. So if I go back and I play again and I get voted out, I'm breaking that perfect streak, that perfect record I had. The first season I played, there was 21 people. 19 people got voted out, and then we made it to the final 2, where they voted for a winner. My second season, there was 20 people. 18 people got voted out, made it to the final 2. So 18 plus 19 is 37? I have survived 37 eliminations without ever being voted out. That is very impressive. Regardless of who you ask, regardless of how they feel about me, regardless of your opinions on Survivor, it's just a fact that, like, surviving 37 eliminations in Survivor is crazy. And I don't think I would continue to be that lucky if I went and played a 3rd time. In fact, I almost fear that my threat level would precede me, where, like, people would see that I've never been voted out, and that would make them want to vote me out more. So it's tough. It's tough. but I do miss it sometimes, and that's how I started this whole topic of conversation. I said that I miss it because I do. Like, I had a lot of fun. I love the game Survivor. I think it's one of the best social manipulation and like social strategy games that exist out there. It's like real life Among Us. And I think I'm very good at it, which is why I've never been voted out. However, again, I don't know if it would be worth it for like my mental health to go back and play. So I made some great moves throughout my time playing. There was a girl that tried voting me out, and this was towards the end of the game, so there's only 7 people left. And there were 3 people voting for me and 2 other people voting for her, and person number 7 was just in the middle. And I truthfully had no idea where they were going to vote. I didn't know if they were going to vote me out or vote this girl out. So I had mentally kind of accepted that I might be getting voted out. And then when the votes are being read and my name comes up, or no, I think when her name was getting read out loud, I would take a sip of tea because I thought it was funny. And I think it goes down as maybe one of the most funny / iconic things I ever did on those Survivor games. Because, like, if I'm anything, I'm an entertainer. You know, I'm here for content. So I'm going to make content out of it. Let me see if I can pull it up. There's only me and you in the chat right now, but I still kind of want to pull it up. Give me one sec. Let me see if I can find it. I just want to rewatch it because I think it was so funny. I think I found it. Let me go to playlists. Yes. Okay. Which one? This one. Is it this one? Okay, so these, like I said, they were held online and it was over Zoom. And not everyone had their cameras on. So there were technically 7 people eligible to be voted out, but only 4 people had their cameras on. Okay. Let me show you all this real quick. I think it's funny. You've got many lurks. Yeah, that's also very true. All right. So, important thing to note. We're at the final 7. 3 votes are coming my way, 3 votes are going Taylor's way, and we don't know who the 7th person's voting for. So I had mentally accepted that I'm getting voted out here, and I look pissed because of that. Why do I not hear any audio?
Before I do,
oh Jesus
if anybody
Christ.
has a hidden immunity idol or other relevant advantage that you would like to play, now would be the time to do so.
I'm pissed. You can see how pissed I am. I think
right.
I'm getting voted out.
And with that, I will read the votes. Again, once the votes are read, the decision is final. The passenger with the most votes will have a moment to speak their piece and then must leave the Zoom immediately. I'll read the votes. First vote.
I sit back in the chair. I'm leaning.
Taylor. 1 vote, Taylor. Taylor. 2 votes, Taylor. Taylor. That's 3 votes, Taylor.
Those are the 3 votes I expected.
Caleb. 3
I
votes,
immediately
Taylor.
take
1
a
vote,
sip
Caleb.
of tea.
Caleb. 3 votes, Taylor. 2 votes, Caleb.
I'm just sipping on my tea.
Caleb. We are tied. 3 votes, Taylor. 3 votes, Caleb.
And it's honestly tea that they thought they could vote for me.
Next, passenger who has failed to get on board and has become the 5th member of the jury and must get off at this next station is Taylor. Taylor, you may now speak your piece.
I knew it. I had a feeling.
Yeah, you knew it. Totally knew it. Sorry, I shouldn't be smack talking, but also she was mean to me, so I don't care. I don't think she actually knew it. I think she was trying to play it cool, but it's still such a good moment because I was just playing into it. I fully expect to go home. There were 3 people in my alliance, 3 people in her alliance, and I did not know where the 7th person was voting. In fact, the 7th person I thought was going to vote for me because they were like one of her little white knights. But they voted for me to stay. And it's still one of my favorite moments just because of how iconic the reactions are to some of those votes. I did a similar thing with chicken nuggets, actually, coincidentally. I don't know if I can find it quickly. Is it this one?
Both my sisters did.
Yeah, it is this
Relevant
one.
advantage that you would like to play now is
I'm
the time.
literally... This one's also funny because I'm
Consider-
literally eating McDonald's in my car after I just clocked out of work. And I showed up right on time to vote someone out.
Relevant advantage that you would like to play now is the time to do so. All right. I will read the votes. Once the votes are read, the decision is final. The person with the most votes must leave at this station. They will have a moment to speak their piece, and then will have to leave the Zoom immediately. I'll read the votes.
For every vote
First vote.
cast, I eat a French fry.
Gina. Andrew.
Okay,
One vote
maybe I
Sheena,
understand why
one
people
vote
didn't like
Andrew.
me because this does come off as kind of cocky. But at least I wasn't a dick
Andrew.
to people.
It's 2 votes,
know?
Andrew.
I didn't make fun
One
of
vote
people's
Sheena.
appearance like they made fun of mine in a game of online Survivor. Insane.
Andrew.
But I was just
3
having
votes,
fun.
Andrew. 1 vote Sheena.
I was always trying to be good
Next
content.
person to fail to get on board and now must get off at this next station. Andrew, you may now speak your piece.
The heart. But yeah. In some ways I miss playing online Survivor, especially because I feel as though I was very good at it and I was good content compared to some other people who there's a reason they've probably applied for the actual show 40 times and never got cast. Sorry, CBS doesn't want you because you're boring. But I was just always trying to be good content and be good at the game, and I think I succeeded in that. Again, I might be coming across as a bit of a dick right now, but I have a lot of reason to be a dick. I think I'm allowed to be a dick when so many people I played Online Survivor with treated me like shit and made fun of me and made like personal attacks at me. So me calling them boring is fucking light compared to the things they said about me. That's nowhere near the same, and I don't feel bad about it. Back to the shiny hunt. I don't know if we counted these 4 towards the total. I don't think we did. Anyways. No, yeah. I know I'm maybe being a little mean. I should be the bigger person. But I think calling someone boring in comparison to some of those same people making fun of the way I look is I think it's allowed. And you know, I'm sometimes just a toxic person. It's hard for me to deny that. So, oops. But yeah, no, I miss Survivor. I miss playing Survivor. I felt like the way I could get out of a vote or survive a vote or strategize with some people to make a vote work that should never work is so much fun. I loved the strategy of it. I thought I was very good at it. And I think that skill was proved by the fact that I never got voted out. Like, there was one time in the final 9 of my first season. Excuse me, I have the hiccups. We were in the final 9 of my first season. And I was able to successfully vote someone out with 4 votes. Which, on paper, sounds impossible. Because there's 9 votes. You need a majority of 5 to vote someone out. But what we ended up doing was convincing people to vote in such a way, and like tricking people and lying to people in such a way, where the votes split 4-3-2. 2 people voted for someone thinking they were going home. 3 people voted for someone thinking they're going home. But in reality, a group of me and 3 other people were able to vote someone out with just 4 votes. And we had to do it that way because we were never going to convince anyone else to vote this way. Like, we were never going to convince anyone to be a 5th vote. So we had to lie and manipulate. And I pulled a lot of strings that vote to split people's votes and allow this person to go home with just 4 votes. That, to me, is like so much fun. That's the type of social strategy I live for. I loved it. But I think I maybe had too much fun with it and I got too into it because people saw me as like this very strategic, almost like bot. They saw me as like a computer that did not care about who I lied to. Which is kind of true, but also that's the game. Like, we're all here to lie to each other and vote each other out. And I feel like some people were just mad at me because I did that very well. Now, could I have been more personable or maybe lied less? Sure. But if I did that, I would have probably had less likelihood to survive. I probably would have got voted out sooner because there were people coming for me. And if I didn't like outfox them, I would have got foxed. I would have got fucking sniped. Shot in the head. So yeah, I don't know. I admit some of my flaws when it came to playing Survivor. Like I said, I lied a lot. And I was not there to make friends. You know? Some people play Survivor and they want to win 1,000,000 hearts. I was there to break 1,000,000 hearts. But I do think that my strategy was like near flawless. And I love the social manipulation and the social strategy of playing those types of games. That's why I loved Among Us so much back when it was popular during COVID, because I felt like I was very good at it. I forgot the chat resets when I switch back and forth. That's so annoying. I hate how you can't see the old chat messages. Here, let me put another dog in the chat. Another long dog. Oopsies, press the wrong button. I love my long dog emote. You can just make this dog as long as you want to. He's a long boy. Okay. Oh shoot, what am I doing? All of these games are out of sync now. Why did I do that? I was just getting a little ahead of myself. I was so excited to play the game. We love the Oceanic Museum. Personally, when I used to stream, I liked having my OBS screen. Oh, OBS screen also be split with a web browser, chat, Twitch, mod menu. See, I kind of have the same thing, but it's maybe over the top. It's unnecessary. I have a multi-stream open of both chats combined, so I can look at both chats in one page as they come in. So I see the order of when chats were written. I have my YouTube chat open, and I have my Twitch chat open, so I can view those in like a moderator view. But I'm probably being a little excessive by doing that. It's not necessary. And I only do it when I don't have like a million things open on my monitors. But it's definitely not necessary. I relate that. Like, I like having multiple windows open. That's why I love having the multi-monitor setup. So I can have like the game on one monitor, chats on another monitor, Discord on one monitor, like break things up into their own separate spaces. It's one thing I worry about for like if I do end up building my own little gaming room when my wife and I move out and find our own place. Like, I'm worried how to build a gaming room and say like set up a TV where I can play console games. But then where am I going to have extra monitors? So I'm not going to buy like a million TVs. I'm not going to buy like multiple TVs for multiple monitors. That's excessive, and I don't have that kind of money. I disagree. I believe if you think having the coverage between all chats, OBS, and Discord, it's worth it. And I do think it's worth it. So I'm glad we're kind of in the same headspace, because like I like having control of as many things as possible, so we can kind of mix things up on the fly, or we can fix mistakes as they happen. Like, I have a Stream Deck, but I'll be so honest with you, I'm not using it to its fullest potential. I really only use it for volume control, or like muting my mic, or highlighting something on the stream. I can turn the game sounds up and down or off. But there's so much more I could do with it, and I just haven't done the proper research to get the full potential out of a Stream Deck. I also like using the Stream Deck for macros, things like that sometimes. It's really nice. Is it necessary? No. I could do the same thing with a keyboard. I could mute my mic with the key on my keyboard. I could create a macro with the key on my keyboard. But I like having it separate. You can use the new Windows 11 split screen option on like a TV potentially, maybe, and have everything displayed. That's not a terrible idea. That's not a bad idea at all. One thing I thought about, so I was making this joke a couple streams ago, and it was half a joke, but I think it could be actually a realistic option, and it could be kind of cool. So you know how a lot of people, back when the Switch first came out, they built a gaming setup where it was like the TV and then two little decorative Joy-Cons on either side of the TV. They basically made their TV look like a giant Switch by building either like a cardboard Joy-Con or like a wooden Joy-Con and attached it to the sides of the TV. I thought it'd be really cool if, when my wife and I move out and buy the house, that we build a similar thing, but it's themed to the DS, where it has two TVs. One is the top screen, one is the bottom screen. And then we play console games on that. Where the top screen can be like where the console games are played, and the bottom screen is like where I have the stream set up and the chat, OBS, all that. I think it'd look kind of cool. I don't know how like realistic it would be, and also I fully admit it would be very, very difficult to make like a DS themed TV setup, I'd have to like get into some woodworking, and I have not done woodworking in a long time. I worked in carpentry for like a year, and that was back when I was in high school, dog. Like, it was a long time ago. But we could make something that looks pretty cool and looks similar to a DS, which is what I'm going for. 32-inch TV from Walmart's like $100. That's what I'm saying. It wouldn't be that expensive. It would just be a little difficult to set up and make it look cool. Because I fear that if I tried to do it and I mess up, or I, don't put my full effort and attention into it, then it'll kind of just look like a shitty attempt of a DS. Like, it would look like a DS if it was drawn in MS Paint. Like, I want it to look cool. And I think that might be a little difficult to achieve with my lacking carpentry and artistic skills. But I want to do it anyways. It's just going to take a lot of effort. It's going to take a lot of time to make it look cool. All right. I want to bang out these last 150 resets quickly. I feel like I keep getting distracted. Yeah. We're gonna start speedrunning this, which means my commentary might be a little slow while I spend more time focusing on the game. But I want to get these resets done and move on to Warframe. I just want to play Warframe right now, to be honest. So we got to knock out these 500 resets speedy quick. Lock in, yes. I'm locking in, promise. This music is definitely making me lock in. We got the Team Magma music. If anything, it's just got me nervous. It's got me scared. Lighter fight mode, and I'm going flight just so we can move a little bit faster. Or don't. Unlock, if you will. Give in to the frames of war. I can't end the shiny hunt right now. We're at 5352. That sounds like such a stupid number. So yesterday we ended the stream at 5352. It was my grandma's favorite number before she passed away. Mesothelioma is what took her. She's actually the reason behind all those ads. She was patient zero. Meanwhile, I'm patient zero for syphilis. It's a joke. It's a joke. Promise. I've never been with anyone other than my wife. Sorry. Maybe it's time we start being truthful. This stream is all about honesty, you know? I'm just a super honest person. That's what we learned tonight. My whole rant about Survivor was to show that I'm such an honest person. I'm not a liar snake who stabs people in the back. No, I am the pinnacle of honesty, actually. The next even number you can do is 5,400. That's true. It's a little convincing, but I wanted to get 500 done. Because if I do 400 this time, then I gotta do like 600 next time. I like ending on like the even thousands. Which means the next stream would be even longer. And if I want to play Warframe after the next one, then basically, and this is just how my brain works. This isn't an actual real sentence. This isn't reality. But like the way my brain works is if I ended at 400 this time, I'll have more time to play Warframe today, but less time to play Warframe in the next stream that I do this. Don't listen to me, you're non-existent peer pressure. I'm considering it though, because I really, really want to play Warframe today. If I do that though, I'm just going to do 600 resets the next time, which means we'll have less time to play Warframe next time. Because like I said earlier, part of the reason I picked this game first and Warframe second is because I knew the like excitement of going to play Warframe and eventually getting to play Warframe was going to convince me to power through these resets. If I just played Warframe first, I probably would have never stopped playing Warframe. We would have never played Pokemon, and we would not have shiny hunted at all today. I am an undergrad doing homework currently, so fair. But you know, I feel like I wouldn't be my honest self if I wasn't sabotaging someone from doing their schoolwork. Because I did that to myself all the time. I was literally the least motivated student. And I might as well drag people down with me. I got finals next week, homie. Sorry, but we're failing those finals together. Me and you. Okay. Steven Stone! Not the Steven Stone music. Holy shit. This is how you build up a fucking song. Holy shit. It's like the music we're gonna hear before the world ends. That intro was like terrifying for a Game Boy game. This is what I love about the soundtracks from the old Pokemon games. Like, the music goes so fucking hard for a Game Boy game. Like, I understand it's nowhere near like the boss music you'll hear in Elden Ring, but for Game Boy, this shit is insane. Like, almost demonic. I could not care any more than this. Listen. You know, I fully admit that I was not made for university. I pretty much hated everything about university. So I'm definitely not someone that is going to help motivate. I apologize. Oh, man. I think before we play Warframe, though, I'm going to take a restroom break in between these two. Because I fear I've been drinking too much water. And if I don't take a restroom break... Oh my god, I can't speak. Holy shit, what is wrong with me? If I don't take a restroom break in between the two games, I'm going to be in the middle of Warframe. Actively about to piss myself. Like, I feel fine right now. But I know it's going to hit me when we play Warframe. We'll be like running around the plains of Eidolon, and I'll see a waterfall, and immediately it's gonna be over. It'll be over for a guy like me. Alright. Like I said though, I'm so excited. I don't think I've ever been this giddy for a live stream this year, except maybe like my first Switch 2 live stream. My first stream with the Switch 2, I was all smiles. I think the only thing that went wrong with that stream was how long it took to transfer over my profile and all of the games I had installed from my Switch 1 to my Switch 2. It took way longer than I was expecting. Like, I started the process pretty much at midnight when I bought the Switch 2, went to bed, woke up, and it was still transferring games over. So I started my Switch 2 stream way later than I originally wanted to. I think I didn't start it until like the middle of the day when I wanted to start streaming with like first thing when I woke up in the morning. But yeah, it was just taking so long to transfer over all that data. I should have realized that though. I should have planned for that ahead of time. I'm so excited to show off my Orbiter in Warframe as well. It's not crazy. It could definitely be worse. But I remember I told you last time we talked that I have a bunch of alloy drums in my Orbiter, at least 100. And when I booted up the game today to adjust my settings, it's definitely about 100, but because the Orbiter's so big and has so many rooms, it doesn't look like 100. It's kind of like how when you get a ball pit, I don't know if you guys know this, it was like a funny meme for a minute on TikTok, but like this person bought a ball pit and they only bought 100 balls for the ball pit and it didn't even cover the entire floor. Like, it's kind of that same mentality where like, in order for my Orbiter to actually be filled to the brim with alloy drums, I probably need like 1,000 of them. But I do have at least 100, and it's very funny seeing them scattered throughout the entire Orbiter. I'm very excited to show off my Orbiter, actually, because there's a lot of funny little decorations I did that I completely forgot about. Like, I have a wall of fan service, and it's just a straight wall that actually blocks off the front of the Orbiter to the, like, main room. You have that little, like, ramp that comes down. Yeah, when that ramp comes down, I actually just have a wall of paintings. And honestly, it looks very fitting. It kind of just looks like a hologram. Like a hologram slash wall. Like the futuristic version of those stoners who have strings of beads instead of doors for their bedroom. Like it's a hologram version of that. And it's all just fan service pictures. Like, it's a zoomed in ass on Avara. Or like Mesa's tits. Really shows the type of person I was back then. Peak maturity. Can you believe that I'm married? I mean, you could make the argument that getting married helped fix me, but I also would certainly say that I'm just as immature. I still find the fan service wall just as funny. So I don't know. I don't think getting married actually changed much of that. Like, you would think it would. For most people, it probably would change them, but I still find a close-up, zoomed-in image of Mesa's ass hilarious. That's peak comedy to me. Alright, 100 more to go. I'm gonna commit to 500 tonight, as long as we keep moving at a quick pace. And if you think about it, it's only 25 resets, right? Yeah. Only 25 resets. That's not that many. 25 resets is light work, as long as we don't fuck anything up and we don't get distracted. If I just lock in, these last 100 will go by in 2 minutes. Maybe not. I'm saying 20 minutes. We can do 25 resets. If I truly lock in, 25 minutes. The problem is, it's really difficult for me to lock in and still be an entertaining streamer. Still, like, commentate. It's okay. Just gotta focus. I should have planned homework better. Oh no. How much do you still have? Like, if you had to estimate a time, or just like how many assignments you're still working on. I'm so sorry. Regardless of the answer, I'm so sorry. I know a lot of it is nostalgia, and I have a bias because of nostalgia, but like, the music from this game just makes me so happy. It's so good. I absolutely love it. I'm trying to think about how I want to plan out my future stream layout for the next couple shiny hunts, because obviously we're going to have the capture card going, so I'm going to need a third window on the screen. Like a third window and technically a second gameplay sized window. I'm trying to imagine it in my head, but it's difficult to, I don't know. I'm struggling to find something that'll look good and still have like a face cam on screen and the chat on screen and the number of resets we've done on screen. Like, fitting all of that plus a capture card window is going to be tough. I'll have to play around with some ideas. We got time, though. We got time to figure it out, because I doubt we're going to find the shiny Charmander anytime soon. I have a very strong fear that this Charmander is going to elude us, and it's going to go way under the odds. Like, we're not getting this in 1 in 8,000 odds, even though that's what the odds quite literally are. It's a 1 in 8,000 chance. I have a feeling we're not going to find it till we're above 10,000, because my luck is usually very bad. Yeah, I don't know how I would set up the stream. I think I could mostly keep everything the way it is, but shrink down this camera. I don't know. One way I could try to save space is getting rid of the word Charmander and the word resets. If we just have a picture of Charmander on screen and the number next to it, it kind of implies that's the number of resets. Like, if you know anything about shiny hunting, if you see a picture of Charmander, the number 5,420 next to it, and also I have shiny hunting in the title of the stream, you can probably assume what that means. So I think to save some space and fit the extra screen of gameplay onto our stream setup, I could get rid of the word Charmander and the word resets, and I could also go the extra length of putting the Charmander on one of the gameplay screens. So for example, I could just put it overlaid on this screen here in like the corner, like right around here, the Charmander could go. Something like that. Because I don't really care if there's something on top of this screen. The screen looks terrible anyways. It's a cheap webcam. So we could put the Charmander over top that gameplay. Don't think it would look terrible. And then we just shrink this screen down and make space for the capture card screen below it. It would basically go where the Charmander is right now. I think that could work, actually. I kind of like that idea. I'm locked in now, boys. We're moving so fast now. We're getting so many resets done. We've already done 7 out of the 25 resets we need to do to finish out this section of the stream. We're moving with a purpose. We got like some pep in our step. Beautiful. Yeah, I think we could easily just get rid of the words Charmander and reset. It's not necessary. Especially the word reset. Like, like, you can watch me visibly reset the game. Like, I'm physically turning the games on and off. You know it's a reset. It's definitely not like an egg shiny hunt. And I guess I don't need the word, like, the word Charmander is definitely unnecessary either, because if you're watching a shiny hunt, you probably know enough about Pokemon to then know who Charmander is, dog. Like, I don't think it's necessary. We just gotta trim the fat a little bit for the next stream layout, so it looks a bit prettier and it has the space for the capture card footage. I love my chat layout though. I love the events lists we have with all the new followers and subscribers. So like, I don't necessarily want to get rid of that. That I want to stay. Beautiful. 10 resets down. 15 left to go. And then we're done. But yeah, I realized I only talked about this for like half a second and then I moved on to a different topic. But we finally have more emotes for the stream, which is really nice. I felt bad because for the longest time I only had like 4 emotes. We added some new stuff. I still have a couple more emote slots that I can add. I think I have 6 more emotes I can add to the stream. So I'm definitely open to taking ideas down and suggestions for what emotes we should add there in the final 6 slots 4 of those 6 slots are animated emotes though, and I don't really have the graphic design skills to make an animated emote. So that might be something I have to learn how to do. That might take me a while, I'll be honest. We have like a pretty good list now. Like some of them are themed to the gaming club, some of them are themed to like my dogs, and I mean like my real life dogs. I have one theme to gaming experience, one theme to like keyboards, because I'm a big fan of like keyboards and mice and gaming peripherals, and also building custom gaming peripherals. So like we've got a lot of different emotes that are now like themed to me, my channel, and the community. Maybe I need more like generic emotes. I only really have one generic emote, and it's the heart. You can use a heart in like any chat in a lot of contexts. Maybe I should add some more generic stuff like an LOL or something like that. We'll see. I don't know. Like I said, I'm definitely down to take ideas and suggestions, because I'm not quite sure what I want to do for the last 6 emotes that I have available. Last 6 slots that I've yet to fill. I'm locked in, boys. Never not locked in. I don't remember this song. Supposedly, the song is from the Battle Arena in Pokemon Emerald, but I do not remember this at all. Alright, we're up to 52. Oh man, I'm a little tired, but I think it's because I overslept. I need to wake up at an appropriate time tomorrow. I always do that though on my first day off work. Like after working multiple days in a row, my first day off, I oversleep. I'm basically catching up on all the sleep I missed when I was working. So like tomorrow, I need to sleep an appropriate 8 hours, no more than that. If anything, I could settle for less. But like, I think I slept over 10 hours today. And I definitely don't need to do that again. I still feel like my throat is getting scratchy. I can feel like I'm about to cough, or I'm like a day away from developing a cough. Don't worry, I'll be the comedy genius once I have the spotlight. Alright. I feel like you're setting yourself up for a big role here now. Now I'm expecting it. No, I'm joking. I have nowhere near those sort of expectations when I play with people. Especially like, I don't know. I feel like I thrive in just kind of like chill conversation. So yeah, definitely don't expect you to be a character just because you're gonna be in a Discord with me. I grew up on the East Coast, I got this. That's not wrong. I feel like the closer you grow up to Jersey, the funnier you are. Like, and I hate Jersey. I hate being there. I very rarely have a good time when I'm just hanging out in Jersey. But one thing I will admit, alright, One thing I'll give them is they are the funniest motherfuckers. You're not wrong. Yeah, it's true. Like, the closer you lived to the epicenter of fucking Camden, New Jersey, alright? Closer you are to Camden, New Jersey, the funnier you are. The further away you get from Camden, New Jersey, the less funny you are. That's why, like, some motherfuckers on the West Coast are just so dry. I'm sorry. Their lives are too good to be funny, alright? You gotta go through some real shit to develop, like, a level of humor that someone living on the streets of Camden has. Alright. See, I'm basically Canada, so I'm different humor. Should I be offended? Aren't you Canada too? I don't think it applies to you if you're Canada, Hollow Man. I wouldn't be offended. I'm more talking about, like, US humor. US humor, it's peaked in Canada. I am Canadian, you know this. I know, but you have me second guess myself for a second. I'm boring AF. And you let me chat with you. I don't think you're boring. If anything, I think Canadian humor is probably under a completely different set of rules that I would not be intelligent enough to speak on. All I know about Canada, and the only thing I can say with confidence, otherwise, you know, I'm not the person to go to. But one thing I can speak on is that the Toronto accent's the worst fucking accent ever. I hate it. But otherwise, like, when it comes to Canadian humor, I'm definitely not the guy you want to go to. I have no knowledge about that. Where it's good, where it's bad, who's the funniest. All I can say is, if you speak with a Toronto accent, I'm just probably not going to listen to you. I'll tune it out. Just completely zone it out. But otherwise... Sorry, that's so mean. Just completely isolating an entire demographic of potential viewers. Toronto has an accent? I've heard it very prevalently from certain, like, YouTubers and TikTok creators. But maybe they're just drumming it up. They're making it, like, extra... I don't know. Almost playing it up for the camera. Are you like BC Canada, French Canada, or another part? Ah, the Midwest. I didn't know you lived in, like, the prairie lands. See, now the way I'm always going to picture you is like with a straw hat on, piece of wheat in your mouth, while playing a video game. Like a cowboy gamer. He's not Hollow Man anymore, he's the cowboy gamer. But no, yeah, when it comes to, like, US humor, though, as much as I dislike Jersey, and I try to avoid spending time in Jersey, I do think New Jersey is, like, the epicenter of peak American humor. And while I don't think I'm the funniest guy out there, I do think it's rubbed off on me a little bit because I live just one state over. Like, I could drive to Jersey right now before the fucking restaurants close. I could go get dinner in Jersey right now if I wanted to. It'd only take me a couple hours. So that's why I get paid whenever you play Stardew Valley. I'm gonna imagine Hollow Man as your Corn Stardew character with the Wii. Ah. That's so funny. What are we up to? Oh my god, we're almost done. We are blazing through this, actually. I told you we could do the last 100 resets in like 20 minutes. Light work. Oh no, are we out of music? Did the playlist stop? Why? What happened? Oh, we're out of music. We just need something to play for like the last just like the last 10 minutes. Enough time to finish the resets and allow me to go run to the restroom. Let's do Pokemon Silver soundtrack. Okay. Yeah, we'll listen to this for like 10-15 minutes while we close out this section of the stream. Oh wait, I never checked the Charmanders. I was about to turn the DS off. See, this is some really good, like, old school retro gaming music. Got like the chip tunes going. And then immediately it picks up the pace. Oh my god. This is so hard. That goes so hard for fucking the Game Boy Color. I absolutely love it. Okay. How many resets do we have left? 4? 4 including this one. It'd be so cool if we could end the shiny hunting portion of the stream with a shiny. I was already planning on running to the restroom between Pokemon and Warframe. But if we get a shiny here in these next 3 resets, I might wet myself for other reasons. So sorry. Maybe it's best if we don't. I want to save my excitement for Warframe. I gotta save all that pent-up energy for playing as Mesa. I'll tell you one better, I got Mesa Prime. That'll really get me going. Sorry. Anyways, we should maybe just wrap this up. So I started playing Elden Ring for the first time. I've never even touched a Dark Souls game prior to this. It's a fun game, but certainly feels clunky. And I hate that there's no mission log. That's honestly not what I was expecting you to say when it comes to, like, complaints or criticisms. I was, like, my first thought was going to be the difficulty. But also, I just suck at, like, any Souls-like game. They're very, very difficult for me. And oftentimes, I feel like I struggle because many of the bosses have, like, a very rhythmic attack pattern. And I have no sense of rhythm. Like, if there's any game I'm worse at than Souls games, it's rhythm games. So, I struggle with the Elden Ring gameplay loop, or, like, really any Souls game because of that. I don't need a mission tracker telling me where to go. I just want something to tell me that I have a mission. Yeah. I definitely appreciate that. It helps me stay organized in the game. I'm very forgetful too. So, like, if I don't have a mission list, or like something telling me what missions I've unlocked or what missions I'm currently working on, I'll oftentimes just forget, straight up. Alright, last reset before we move on to Warframe. Last reset before we kind of change gears here. I actually don't find it too difficult, to be honest. I only found one boss hard so far. See, and that's why you're the cowboy gamer, because you're a much better gamer than me, my brother. I could never. Alright, boys. Last 4 Charmanders. What do we think? Any shinies? Sad. Bummer. But we made it to 5,500 today. And we put ourselves in a pretty good spot to keep grinding in the next stream, which I think I'm going to play this again next stream. This or Stardew Valley. I have yet to decide. But anyways, I think, like I said, we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to go run to the restroom. And then when we come back, we'll boot up some Warframe. Just give me like 5 minutes, boys. Alright. I'll see you all in a moment. Thank you for telling me. Holy shit, I'm an idiot. I do that shit all the time, bro. All I said is I don't know if I remember my password. I was literally just saying, is this the right password? Maybe. It was the right password.
You, friend. You like deals?
Why do you give me such a difficult choice? My first time playing. My first time back. Okay. Give me one moment. I have less mutagen samples than gallium, but I know how to grind mutagen samples pretty easily. I'm not going to go through for the resource booster because I doubt I'm going to play much in the next 21 hours. If I play Stardew tomorrow, I'm probably not playing this game tomorrow. Let's go with gallium. I know you said booster in the chat, but I don't know if I'm going to play tomorrow. And we're not playing like a ton. It's not like I'm doing a whole 6-hour stream today, so I feel like the resource booster wouldn't be helpful. Anyways, I'm going to stare at my little fan service wall real quick while I change the stream title, and then I will also add you on a Discord call. Let me go ahead and change the Discord. No. Not the inbox. I don't care. I don't care about the inbox.
Unread inbox messages make me ill.
Me too, brother, but now is not the time. Alright. I gotta change the stream title and then I'll call you on Discord. I don't even know what to call it. Okay, that's what we're gonna title it. We're just gonna say first time playing in years. Warframe for the game. Update. Alright, updating the stream title now. Let me call you on Discord. I might have to turn you down, probably. What's up?
Operator, Ordis has been interfacing with the Foundry's
How's it
AI
going?
presets.
Okay, I can hear you.
You could say we
I turned you down
forged a new
preemptively because
connection.
normally, at least for my Discord, someone on 100% volume is going to blow out my eardrums. That was good. I turned you down to 69%. And
Totally understand.
yeah. I think we'll keep it at 69%. I gotta add you in this game, I guess.
Yeah, I just sent you a friend request, and
It's
I
gamer
think I
time.
also DM'd you in game.
Yeah, I see the friend requests, or I see the
Okay.
message.
Okay, friend request would be in the friends communications menu.
Friends, communication. Listen, I'm so out of it. I was looking
Yeah.
for the request in
Totally
your
fine.
profile. That's so funny.
That's totally fine.
Except friends. All right.
Happens. I also wanted the reason I was deafening on Discord just to make sure that I didn't sound like I was screaming.
Oh,
with
no,
my
you're
mic
fine.
on stream.
Oh yeah, you sound good. I think turning it
Good.
down to 69% was pretty good. I might lower it just a little bit more.
Yeah, of course.
Just don't want it to peak.
Yeah.
Last thing I
totally.
want is
To
your
blow
voice
out.
to be ruined by my stream.
My tolerance for my mic, I have settings set, so it shouldn't blow
Okay.
out at any
That's
point.
good.
If I do end up like laughing really hard at something, it typically peaks and then drops immediately.
Mhm.
So it's usually not an issue.
All right, let
At least
me
in my experience.
add you to a party.
Yeah.
I think before we get anything, I want to do
go
a
through some
quick
settings.
we can go through settings, and I also want to do a quick review of what my
Yeah.
ship is. I do not remember half the things I put in this ship. It's so cluttered almost.
I'm gonna look at your stats in the next
Oh, God.
moment.
My stats are probably not great. Yeah,
It's gonna be fine.
yeah, everything's gonna be
Why does it
great.
keep? I'm trying to open my stats, but it keeps on opening your stats. Why? Invited to Orbiter. Oh,
I don't know. Sorry, I was just
oh
distracting you.
no.
Low-key. No, listen. I'll check out your orbiter. Actually, I'm very curious what your orbiter looks like. It probably has
Not
things
even-
in it that I've never seen
As-
before.
It probably doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. Yours is immediately much cooler than mine. I have very little design aspect of mine.
I have the bobbleheads on the dash like an actual car. You'll see the alloy drums sprinkled throughout. This is the wall of
do.
women.
Oh, have you heard that's gotten worse?
It has?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited.
See you in 24 seconds.
I put these
That's great.
text blocks here, so when I open it up, it's in the UI. When I'm
Regards and
in
no.
there, or like when I go to my what is this called again? Is this like the loadout screen? It has the
Yeah.
text in the bottom corner.
The arsenal.
Yeah.
There you
I
go.
don't know what this is over here, but clearly it didn't exist back when I played the game because there's alloy drums clipping inside of it. The conclave.
Yeah, so they moved the conclave menu, which was like the really sucky
Mm.
PvP elements that they had.
Oh yeah, I do remember. I played that like once, and it was pretty
Yeah.
bad.
And then here's what I'm curious about is your funny room
Funny. I mean, my plan, my
with
goal,
spoiler mode.
yeah, was to one day fill this up entirely with alloy drums. But similar to the whole ball pit comparison I made earlier, I think I would need so many of those.
Yeah, that might be a lot.
I have some
Man,
stuffed
you
animals.
having filled Iatans in here when that's needed for mod upgrades makes me sad.
I just like the pretty animations. They
Hey, I
serve as
don't-
a very good decoration.
I get it. I get it. I don't get it, but I get it.
I don't get it, but yeah.
This is significantly more decorated than mine. I think mine would be as maybe just the one room with like some statues. That's just a couple of cool posters. Nothing else really.
One thing I saw, I spoiled this update for myself
Oh, man.
earlier. My Kubro now has a slash thing going on. Helmet Claw, sorry, is what it's called. I have never seen this before, and therefore I have 0 mods applied. I've modded out my Kubro beautifully. There's more slots. What? Okay, never mind. I was gonna give myself a compliment, but that's also something I'm behind on. They have 2 more
There's a-
slots.
There's a lot. There's a lot of things now that have happened since
I had her
since
built
the
out.
4 times.
I had her built out for survivability. So like, my whole
Yeah.
goal was to never let my dog die, and I can make that even better,
Alright.
even
I'm
stronger
looking-
now.
I got access to your profile, so I'm hunting through here. You have 600. Okay, so here's something really funny. I know you
Yeah.
said that you had a lot of hours in here. However,
Is my profile
the
different?
in-game hours is based off of your in-mission time.
Oh, what the fuck?
So, Steam says it counts all of your time,
Hmm.
where in-game it says that you've only spent in-mission 601 hours.
Wait, that's almost sad because I have 990 on Steam. So that's
Oh, and then I kind of blow you out of the water, dog. I'm not gonna lie.
that's so
I-
many hours
that's-
not in a game.
You have 26 out of 110 warframes.
That sounds probably right. There's probably warframes I've never heard of right now in the game.
Oh yeah, there's a new mushroom warframe.
Oh god.
Yeah. Not counting duplicates, there's now 63 warframes, unique warframes.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through right now. I don't know who Temple is. Some of these I might know, but maybe I just never experienced. I never like played with someone
So this
who
is gonna
used
be
it.
a broad comment of obviously you changed it to the Warframe channel. I'm gonna say to be cautious of spoilers. There's a lot of things that story-wise they've developed and added to that
Okay.
as you coming back could get very spoilery very quick, especially if you try researching.
Okay. Well,
or
good for
going
good
through.
news for both of us, you and me. I don't do very much research. That's
Right.
why I've played 990 hours on Steam and 300 hours on Switch, and I am nowhere near completing
Yeah.
half of the content.
Totally fine. So, first thing I'd like to do is, since I left your orbiter, it kicked me out. So what I'm gonna
Who's
do?
Oraxia? Oh, I see the mushroom one.
Raxia is a new spider
Noko.
warframe. Was the second last warframe. Noko is the new mushroom one. Spider warframe.
Clervo? Okay, there's a lot I
Yeah.
don't know. Oh no.
So here's what we're gonna do. I sent you an invite to
Okay, I've accepted
the
it.
game. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go to. Oh, you're accepting is not accepting.
Yeah, I know I'm stuck in this. I literally am stuck in this screen. Hold
Right.
on. Okay, there we go.
So we're gonna go to the simulacrum.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna go over with you basic like hey, it's been a long time. Here's some movement things. Go through some settings, stuff like that.
Okay.
So whenever you are ready, you can go
Yeah,
in and we're
I'm
going
good. I switched to
relay.
Neza just because I realized I don't really need Necros unless I'm grinding.
Right. I'm also Neja, which is pretty cool.
Hey.
Yeah.
See, we're just on the same wavelength, brother.
100%. Same wavelength. Same brainwaves.
Exactly.
All right. So we're gonna go to the simulacrum. Neat trick. Double space allows you to skip the cutscenes.
Really, I always hit escape. That's so funny. I don't know what DGR is. Who's DGR?
Yeah, I don't know what DGR stands for.
But I agree. I don't know who that is, but I agree.
All right. So simulacrum is the big simulator room.
Okay.
Not sure if you ever experienced this or not. You have to
I
get
have not.
ranked up so high
I
to
definitely
go back
haven't.
to. So,
Okay.
basic. So some of the basic reminder things. So, space is jump. There's a double jump. If you are moving forward and hit the crouch button, you do a slide. If you are either crouched or sliding and hit space, you do a bullet jump. You can bullet jump into a double jump. If you hit the sprint button while moving, whether you're in the air or not, you'll do a roll.
Okay.
So the super slick movement is you slide into a bullet jump, into a double jump, into a roll, into a slide, into a bullet jump, into a roll, into a slide. You get the idea.
Yeah.
And you're able to maintain momentum that way very easily. You can cross multiple meters across the map. Real slick. Neja especially, because Neja has passive that applies the it lets you slide a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just a chill engineer. You're so right. That's what you are, Brandon. You're...
Questions about movements.
No, I think I remember most of that. I remember Bully
Okay.
jumping around a lot.
Great. So
Gliding. Yeah.
next thing is obviously you have your primary weapon, your secondary weapon, and your melee. So by default, melee is E. A big change that has probably happened since you last played was how fluid changing between melee and weapons are. So if you left click, even in your melee, it will automatically switch, and if you
Yep.
hit E, you'll do a
Wait,
melee
that's
attack
so
instantly.
nice. I
Yep.
can immediately just.
Yep.
What?
Right, holding down right click to be able to aim will also immediately switch you back. The only big thing is when you want to switch between your secondary and your primary, you just need to hit F.
I have my. Okay, so this is what I had set up before I quit so many years ago. I have the Soma Prime for crit and the Piranha Prime, and I don't remember why. I just remember liking this shotgun. I don't know if those guns are still good, but
totally fair. So a lot has happened. There's
Okay.
been a lot of new mods, new evolutions, a lot of stuff like that. Have and augments and changes and just general functionality that has changed so much that it's kind of, fortunately, unfortunately, giving you a full rundown in a sense.
okay.
So factions, right? Grineer, Corpus, Sentience, Corruption, Infested, blah blah blah. So big things with them. So regular Grineers, they've changed how elements affects them. So if you go into the arsenal menu, only one of us can be in it at a time in this one.
Okay.
But in this context, if you go to, let's say, your Soma or your Piranha, whichever one, or any weapon really,
I have Viral on my Baza.
and then you go to the upgrade menu, you'll then see. I'm also looking at stream to try and keep up. I know that stream's delayed.
Yeah.
So, obviously, part of it that plays a large role is what type of base stats your weapon has, whether or not you want to go full status, if you want to go for crit, if you want to do a hybrid build, stuff like that.
Okay. Sorry, I'm
Um,
not laughing. I'm laughing because I just
no,
remembered my first ever clan that I was a part of was called Baza Boys.
Nice.
Anyway, so yeah,
Nice,
you're
very good.
saying new screen.
So, that obviously changes a lot and affects a lot, just broadly speaking.
Mm.
How things kind of scale from here is, how do I say this? Obviously, you have a lot of good base, like, hey, this is a good mod to have. You have Nice
Mhm.
Chamber as an example. You have Ribbons, you have primed mods, you have a lot of the corrupted mods, which are the dual, like positive, negative ones, like critical delay. Those play a very big role. And you have the 60-60 mod, so 60% of an element plus the status. You have 100 munitions. Those are really good base stat ones for, and a lot of them are upgraded for general builds as a whole.
Okay.
One thing that has changed pretty significantly is the significance that elements and mixing of elements apply to enemies. For example, corrosive does and heat or gas and slash to different factions is now a universal change. So even if
Oh.
you were to like fully strip their armor, they would maintain that same damage, weakness, or resistance. It goes to a 1.5 times multiplier or a 0.5 times multiplier, depending on the damage type, which they now have it so that if you hover over the stats on the left, it'll actually display it of like information about that stat.
So nice. Wait.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Another thing is they, for any of the damage types too, it also shows the status effect and how they apply. If you click on, let's say, critical chance in the stat menu, it'll automatically populate your search bar to show you all your crit mods as well.
They so many of this, just like updates and things you're talking about are beautiful, like quality of life
100%.
changes.
So a little bit of company lore. Digital Extremes recently went through a really big management change a couple of years ago. Steve Sinclair, who was the creative director for Warframe and one of the people that co-founded Digital Extremes, has since stepped over to work on their new project Soulframe. In
I
the process of
saw
that,
I saw like a soul frame almost like advertisement on the I cannot think of the launcher. So that's like an
yeah,
entirely different game.
that's a different game that they're currently working on. It's
Okay.
supposed to be a kind of Souls-like MMO blend.
Interesting. Because I
Um,
also, and apologies if this is maybe a dumb question.
yeah,
I heard about the whole like Warframe 1990 or whatever it's called. Like,
1999, yeah. So that
yeah,
was
I
a
heard
large
about that.
DLC that came out
Okay, so that's DLC. That's not a
a
separate
year
game.
ago. Yeah, that's a part of
Okay.
this. So um, there's been a lot of story content over the last couple of years. The big one was the new war. That is a on average, depending on the person, about a 3-hour locked-in quest that
Okay.
you do. That is probably the biggest thing up until in about 2 weeks from now, a new large-scale mainline quest is coming out called the Old Peace. Um, I think one thing to kind of highlight, this is partly my opinion, partly not. Go at the pace that you want to,
Mhm.
right? Don't feel like you have to rush all the way to, oh, I want to play the new story content right now. If that is what you want to do, of course, do so. If that is not what you want to do, don't.
Well, I also
Take your time with it,
I
collect
fear.
warframes, collect
Oh
weapons
shit!
and
Slime is
such.
killing everyone. I fear it wouldn't be possible for me because, like I told you last time we talked, I want to replay every quest just
Right,
so
of course.
I can kind of refresh my brain, and also because like I want footage of me doing that. A lot of the quests I played in the past were not ever like streamed. There's no like recording, so like I want to
Yeah,
play
yeah.
through the entire game on stream, and I don't think I'd be able to do all that and get done in time for this new update.
Oh, and that's totally fine and totally makes sense. I am supposed to be here as a guide and help post quests to kind of give you the rundown of like, hey, so here is some meaning behind this thing that you just did. Blah, blah, blah.
Mhm.
Not trying to make anything seem too overwhelming, too overbearing, stuff like that.
Okay.
A couple of quick things. Obviously, by default, 1, 2, 3, and 4 is for your abilities. As before, 5 is for your operator, which if you ever see any posts, they refer to as spoiler mode, just because that's obviously locked behind quests and stuff.
Yeah.
1 and 2 is for your operator abilities. They've changed around the way that Void Sling works. So when you would hold shift as your operator and move forward, it's now, depending on how long you hold on the base bar, decides how far you go and how much energy you use. Instead of just full sending it in any direction. It makes it a little bit slower, but it's a lot more fluid. If you hit melee while in your operator, you'll get jumped back into your Warframe immediately and do a melee swing. Which is really cool.
Thank you, Danny.
It just made the game a lot more fluid. That was a, kind of mentioning the management comment in the last couple of years. Rebecca took over.
Oh, that's nice. See, I feel like so out of the loop that like hearing Rebecca taking over is crazy. Because like
Yes.
I always just associate her with like voice acting and like the live streams I would watch back in the day.
Yeah, so Reb was obviously originally an intern when DE was building up, and then she eventually got the community manager role, who is now currently held by DE Danielle. Reb got promoted to creative director. She is now creative director of Warframe as a whole. Along with her, there's a couple of others. Pablo is still the lead programmer and designer for a lot of the Warframes and abilities and programming for Warframe itself. There was a good amount of people like Steve who moved over to Soulframe, but that's kind of where shift in management has come up. There's been a lot of positive changes. A lot of this new management has spent a lot of time going back to old systems and reworking them, also trying to rebuild the new player experience as well.
Okay.
To make it a bit more fluid. Lack of better phrasing. To make it a lot easier for someone who is a newer player to come into the game, because the majority of the player base currently are people who have played for an extended amount of time.
And I mean, even when I joined the game, like I had Melon Wizard, the guy that was in the chat earlier, one of my friends, literally like hand holding me through a lot because I had no clue what I was doing.
Right. Yeah, and that's totally reasonable and fair, because it's still a type of game where having someone who is knowledgeable play the game with you does really support just general gameplay as a whole and learning the game. And it's also, again, it's a PvE game with a squad system. It does make it is just generally viable to have a friend with you or something similar, instead of just like, because otherwise you're just going off like the wiki or something. There has been a number of changes with enemy scaling as well, and enemy armor and different game modes and stuff that have since come out. There's a lot to get into, but I think the next thing to do is to kind of just see. So I'm gonna leave, and it's also gonna send you back to your orbiter, most likely, to kind of just see where you are star chart wise, and just see how that's going.
Oh wait, I'm
I can see you are
here with you.
hungry for the knowledge of this
I think.
sanctuary.
No.
I went back to my orbiter. You're still in the relay, so
Yeah. I thought you were here in the relay with me, and then I realized it was a random dude.
It's probably like
Messages
100
in your
random
inbox,
dudes.
operator.
Okay, so star chart wise, I'm almost scared to check. Okay, wait, this doesn't look that different.
Witness. My
Oh, you
control
have a
expands to
Kuva
new
Lich.
sector. Except
I have a
you
Kuva.
lack the capacity to
You're so right. Why do that's okay.
resolve to
That's so
surrender
funny.
or die.
Alright. Let's see. So all the ones that had the blue symbol next to them means that you've mastered that planet.
Okay.
That means you've done everything that's on there. So
What am I
you've
missing out of
done-
Venus? Is it just because of the Orbalis existing?
No, it might. That's a great question.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Yeah. Kuva Fortress, Deimos, Lua, That seems to be it.
Okay.
Lua, there's 2 new missions, which makes sense.
Oh.
Deimos says that it is. Trust me, it is. It doesn't say it, but
Okay.
it is.
Interesting. Yeah, there are 2 more missions.
Yes. So, one thing to go over is the Night Wave, which you'll see in the bottom right. So the Night Wave is
Now
the
you
quote
might
unquote
be
battle
wondering if I'm
pass,
holding
right?
back on
The
y'all.
way that the
Mm.
quote unquote battle pass works is you have all of these weekly and daily refreshing ones. The weekly ones
I've
are the
been
7,000
thinking,
and the
operator.
4,500 ones.
I thought you'd want to know.
The way that those work is you just do the action and
Mhm.
you unlock points.
I think so. I
Pretty-
remember when Nightwave like first came out. I don't know if it's changed much since.
Not
I've definitely
particularly.
done Nightwave mission before.
Yeah. So they no longer have the same like thematic ones like the first couple seasons had, where they had like specific missions and stuff.
Okay.
It's a lot, but there is theming. Like this was back for the Halloween theme.
Oh, some of these are so cool. How much? I doubt this one's probably going on for much longer.
No, this one just came out like a month ago, so it probably still
Oh,
has another
okay.
like two to 3 months.
Okay.
Realistically, if you were to get every single like weekly one, so like all the 4,500s and the 7,000s, you probably do it in like a month, give or take.
Okay.
It gives you a lot of good stuff. It gives you limited edition augment mods. It gives you Warframe and weapon slots. It gives you Forma for free, like crafted Forma. A bunch of other cool stuff. It's really nice. Let's see. I think the question to ask is, what do you have interest in or had interest in that you had more questions about as of right now, to see kind of direction wise? I know at some point you want to replay all the story quests, which is totally fair.
Mhm.
Each one takes anywhere from 30 minutes to maybe an hour and a half, depending on which one you're playing. There's Duviri stuff. There's a lot of really good content. There's getting to Steel Path. I'm not sure if you know about Steel Path at all.
I heard of it.
Okay. So there's a lot of options. There's a lot of things to do. There's a lot of ways you can progress. You can get more weapons. You can get more warframes. You can farm out certain missions. It's kind of just up to you what you want to do at this time and what questions you want to ask.
Don't know what that is. Sorry. I clicked on something and I just got so scared.
That was Duviri. That is part of one of those 7 quests that you have up in the top right.
Okay.
And that is Railjack.
Railjack, I got into a little bit, but I'll be so for real with you. I kind of just relied on playing with people who had good Railjacks. My Railjack itself is probably ass.
And that's totally fair. So I guess the
Double check.
question is, what are you interested in doing?
So definitely replaying quests, though I might not push, or I might not do that today. I kind of want to push that off to its own stream.
Yeah, of course.
I almost want to just like refresh my memory with certain things. And I know one thing we were talking about in the chat earlier.
Yeah.
No, wait, my dumbass. Can I?
Nope, that's exit game.
Yeah, yeah. This is okay. We talked about like levels I remember playing and things I remember being quote unquote good.
Yeah.
So immediately the first thing I thought of was how which one is it?
Hydron on Sedna, the defense mission.
Yeah,
For
Hydron.
leveling.
Oh my god. So like Melons said that's not good anymore. So like what is good for like MR grinding?
Yeah, so it kind of depends. I think so. Hydron is good because everyone else agreed that Hydron was good.
Okay.
It's one of those things of like, because everyone said it is the case, that is the case, because there's so many people go to it consistently. It's a small defense mission map. It's quick to get through. You run a big AoE warframe, and then boom, they're dead, right?
Mhm.
Currently, the one that is best for weapons, kind of universally agreed on is Elite Sanctuary Onslaught (ESO), which you get through
Oh,
stuff on
okay.
Solaris.
Mhm.
For Warframes, it's a lot more solo play because the idea is to getting stealth kills is the really big thing, just because of how XP is divided out while you
Interesting.
play the game. So, generally speaking, if your Warframe gets a kill using an ability, all the experience goes to the Warframe. If a weapon gets a kill, 25% of the experience goes to your Warframe, and the rest of it goes to your weapons.
Sorry, I'm making faces. I don't know if that distracted you. How'd you stop talking? It's because I'm looking at the featured dojos, and this
Yeah.
one is this clan logo is like so edgy. It feels like it was made by high schoolers. So I was making fun of it.
I don't blame
I didn't mean to distract you.
No, you're
This
good.
one's cool. See, I like this clan logo. That looks dope. Okay, so that is interesting. Not what I was expecting.
Yes. So I guess something to kind of just send, not to like throw you out into the water or anything.
Mhm.
But a good way I think we could start this is just by doing some normal missions and
Okay.
just see how you feel. I'll kind of just hover around in the
Let's
most
do it.
literal format because I'm going to run Titania, and just kind of see how you do, see how things go. We will start with a Daro on Sedna, which is a level 32-36 Grineer
Okay.
mission. It's just a normal exterminate, because I can enunciate words. Just to see how this goes.
Okay. I'm down.
There is a large platoon
Alright.
of Grineer Marines stationed here.
Um,
Leave no one standing.
Oh wait, I want this. I don't need that, do I? Probably not. It's fine. Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna have so much fun. I love having fun with my friends. You want to know one thing I got way into early on?
Super exploring everything.
Yeah, and specifically, I had a Kubro that could unlock lockers for me because I wanted to open every locker in a mission.
Yep. So, one thing that is more, I don't want to say negatively looked at, but more of the stereotype thing, which is, broadly speaking, in a lot of mission types, people are looking for efficiency.
Mhm.
Obviously, it's a looter shooter game, right?
Yeah.
So, for something, if you're gonna do a lot of exploration, which is totally fine, I would tend to suggest that you do it like friends only or solo turned on. Just
Oh,
because of
no,
how
yeah.
people are gonna respond to that.
I 100% learned that when
'Cause otherwise, everyone's gonna blast through the mission.
yeah, and I'd be like the
so
only
you
one
get-
not at extraction early on, so yeah, I definitely had to not say learn that the hard way. That's not maybe the best.
Yeah, but you
Wording.
definitely learned the unspoken rules, if you will. I think one thing to kind of point out there as well is that part of the reason is that if you need to farm a certain resource, yeah, you can go through and exterminate 100 times and open all the crates and lockers. However, there are like accepted like optimal ways to do it. and
Yeah.
ways to test it out to make it fun and stuff still.
I remember there
Well,
was
still
a
being-
defense mission me and my friends would do back in the day for mutagen samples specifically. I don't remember what level it was.
A COD on Eris.
Probably that.
I am like 90% sure.
Oftentimes for those
Um,
types of things, I would just kind of
oh.
show up and play a role, and that role is very, very often not being like the leader of the party. Like I would show up and like be like the Frost just to defend the point.
So they did introduce a new Xmas enemy, and they've also done an Xmas rework.
Yeah,
so
what?
Jade Xmas.
What does Jade do?
So they will summon a green glowing jade light from above you that'll chase after you for a certain duration of time,
Okay.
and it will do 5 ticks of heat damage so many times and slowly that damage will ramp up until it dissipates, or you shoot it to destroy it, or you kill the Xmas. It does a lot of damage really fast. So if you don't have something like a Nezha or a Rhino, it could, like, if you just stand still, it will just kill you.
Okay.
Yeah. They've also reworked all of the Eximus units. I don't know if that happened before or after you took your hiatus, if you will.
Maybe.
However, I think it is a good read. They have since, so it used to be a fandom wiki page, DE with a third party. They now officially host and pay for the hosting of the wiki page.
Okay.
But it's all still community edited and changed and maintained and stuff. It's a lot more well organized compared to fandom.
Yeah.
So, but a big one that changed there was how the Eximus came out and how they've all been reworked. There's just been a lot more post on builds as a whole and how they trick things. Like obviously I'm running my Titanian, I just cleared out.
Mhm. I remember
30
like
enemies at a
one
time.
of the like OP builds was specifically on Saren back in the day. I don't know if Saren is still like a meta frame.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think one thing that's been really exemplified in recent years, especially with a lot of the changes that have since happened to Warframe,
Mhm.
has been that, like, you can, in most cases, make a Warframe, any Warframe strong to an
Okay.
extent. Like, some are going to be better at being stronger than others, or hit the specific niche or hit the field that you want. But they can, if you want one to be strong, you have to play into their strengths and support their weaknesses. That's not too bad overall.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Is broken.
Yeah,
Well
yeah.
Done. Now get to extraction.
Trying to remember like what frames I really like playing. I like playing Neza for survivability, Wukong for like moving really quickly and having good easy
So-
movement.
A nice thing, if you use Nezha's first ability, Nezha's
Another
first ability
job
does give
well
you 25% speed boost.
Okay.
So
I
it does help a
remember
little bit.
people died in it. I have a mod. I think it's a mod. Maybe it's default. Where people drop or enemies would drop health if they died in the flames.
Mm,
It might be a mod.
might be.
Or maybe I'm just
Ordis has
experiencing
received
psychosis.
messages for the operator.
All right, Ordis. I'm opening.
I have
Listen,
not
dog.
read them.
I'll open every message in my inbox if you stop yelling at me.
Yeah. A lot of them are probably like community things that everyone got from whatever was going on. That you weren't here for.
Hey, I'll take free stuff though.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, I don't need a Furus, but
There was some
Thanks.
changes to all of the junctions, which is part of the reason why you just got a bunch of stuff as well, like the Furus and the Endo and
okay.
a lot of that stuff.
I have been plagued by strange visions of the infestation.
There's a new quest, which is why Sai is
They are
talking to you
warnings
ominously.
From Kome herself. I'm sure of it. Krona Meta. Come see
I
me in
think I
Theros.
remember this lady's voice. I
Together,
don't remember anything
we
about
can
her. I just
overcome
recognized the
terrible
voice.
fate. Be well.
Totally makes sense.
Thanks, lady. 12-year anniversary glyph. That's nice. I feel like I don't deserve that, but I'll take it.
That might be everything.
Okay.
Yeah, because otherwise they've given Ordis new voice lines.
Okay. That's exciting.
Which is, I agree. Because otherwise he was going to say the same 12,000 things. Which I think is kind of funny, to be fair. One setting that I'm going to recommend that you turn off is volumetric fog in their video settings.
Okay.
That is the only one that I can't run, but I can otherwise run high settings.
No, wait.
Operator,
No, I didn't mean to
will
do
you
that. Oh,
visualize
fuck
the
me.
API
I'm an
module?
idiot. I thought if I just
Me
left.
too.
Nah,
Damn it.
it's fine.
Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
fine. Wait, how do I flip this again? God dang it. Oh, flip horizontal, flip vertical.
Let's see.
don't remember which. I don't think it matters which way I had it.
I guess on your big like high level, right?
Hmm.
A lot of things you can do. You can progress story. You can level things up. You can build craft, get weapons, get warframes. It's kind of just up to you of what you want to. I don't want to say prioritize, but prioritize.
I'm low key looking through fan art to see if they added any other pictures I could use for fan service. Ooh, that might be new.
There
No, it's not.
is. So there's a new special skin type that's come out called heirloom skins. If you go to the market, you'll see them.
Okay.
They've made it so that a lot of packs can now be bought with either real money or platinum, especially the cosmetic ones. So then
Mhm.
there's a lot. The Valkyrie heirloom is just pure fan service,
I see that.
and the Ember one, to be fair.
See, if only I used either of these frames, but I don't think I've ever used Valkyr or Emperor.
They are just straight fan service, to be fair.
What about my boy Rhino?
Rhino got a good one too.
I was expecting a bit of a better bulge, but that's okay.
I think Rhino still has the best bulge, so I don't know. Tell you, man.
Maybe I'm being too judgmental. Okay. Definitely keep that in the back of my mind. I have 4,000 plat right now, so I could easily pick one of
I
those up.
see that, and I'm gonna be honest with you. You should charitably donate half of that to me.
Oh, yeah, donate half?
So I can progress my gameplay. Anyway.
I would,
so-
but I think I need to spend it on more alloy drums.
I think if you spend that more alloy drums, I'll cry. So for real. So here's the question. A high level, big scale. If you go my profile, your profile, doesn't matter. If you go to show profile,
Okay.
and go to equipment, you'll see a lot of things. I don't know why it's not letting you click on mine. It's being weird. You'll see a lot of stuff. If you go to Warframes, you'll see 110. Right? That's a lot of things. Weapons. There's like 1,000,000,001 of them now. Really, the thing is to find, hey, here's a weapon archetype I like. I want to build into that weapon and do the cool things.
Mm-hmm.
Or do this thing and blah 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 blah. And in the meantime, while you're doing those normal things, you will also be able to like, hey, I'm gonna replay all those story quests. I'm caught up with the story again. And all these cool, fancy, schmancy things.
Okay.
You catching my drift?
Yeah. One question I have while I'm looking at the screen.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of weapons I have mastered, but I ended
Yes.
up getting rid of to save weapon slots because, like, I would have, say, I can't think of one off the top of my head. Let me try to find an example. Give me a
heat
second. Give me a
sword.
second. Okay, Orthos.
Yeah.
I maxed out the Orthos. Maxed out the Orthos Prime. If I sold my Orthos, would it still show up on this list as being mastered?
Yes, it should.
Oh, that's
As you
so
did
helpful.
Fully master it. Now, there is some incentive to not get rid of things, especially Warframes now,
Mhm.
just because of new systems that have been popped out.
Okay.
However, it's one of those things where like, not a big deal.
Okay.
But it is incentivized to maybe avoid doing that to a certain extent, especially Warframes.
Yeah, this clan really was no one. This clan was technically 4 people. It has 5 members, but one of them is the same person
1,429 days.
twice. Yeah,
Oh
Melon
my
Wizard's
God.
free account. He made a new account to see if he could play the game entirely for free, and clearly that didn't pan out because 1,000 days ago is the last time he logged in.
Oh, that makes me real sad.
Yeah. 4 people in a clan, though. We're gonna try and we're gonna see if we can make maybe a more
A more populous clan.
populous and interactive.
Yeah.
You know?
I only have a few people in mind. However, I am. So at least half of us are pretty active. So
That's good.
good alliance. Good alliance. So here's the question tonight, which is what are you interested in for questions, progression, blah blah blah. Is it verifying your kit that you already have and be like, hey, what should I do with this? Is it looking at other weapons and talking about it? Is it talking about some of the story stuff that you might have questions on again? Is it just going through and trying some missions again?
Okay. I feel like I have a lot of random niche, maybe not niche, but just like they're not gonna connect very well. So
That's
for
totally
like
fine.
quests,
Yeah.
okay, there's clearly a lot that I don't have. Is there a set order I should be replaying quests in?
Yes, there is. I don't know if you want to write this down or not, actually.
Let me
'Cause there is
open a
technically
note.
okay, because there is a quote unquote official set order. There's a chronological one and an official one.
Okay.
So it all kind of depends. So let me go to my codex and look at this because that's gonna help a little bit. So you're gonna have three different quest sections. You're gonna have main quest, Warframe quest, and side quests. Side quests are cool to do. You get some good stuff out of them. Some of them give you Warframe parts, but nothing super big. Warframe quests exclusively are for Warframe or specific items. For example, you'll see Deadlock Protocol. That one is for Protea. You'll see Call of the Tempest Stari. That gets you access to the Corpus Lich system. The Silver Grove is for Titania, stuff like that. With me so far. Then you have the mainline quest. Now, in order of how you get to them,
Okay.
is starting with the Awakening, which is your first official quest. You have Vor's Prize, which immediately follows that. You can replay Awakening. Vor's Prize is kind of a part of that. I don't know how much it lets you replay it.
Okay.
Then you immediately get the Teacher, which has which is something that recently came out. This is supposed to give more information on modding. This just came out the last update, so you probably haven't completed it yet. You'll be able to play that.
Okay.
From there, you have Voxelaris, and also Once Awake, which is the infested mission. You have Heart of Deimos, which is for the Deimos open world. You
I
have
was
the
expecting it to
Archwing.
be so early on the list.
Yeah, part of the dichotomy is that they've also changed the progression of the star chart. It used to be Earth, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Phobos, Deimos, Ceres, Jupiter, Europa, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, Sedna, and you can kind of go to Eris, Amos, and Phobos whenever you want. There's no like need to go to them aside for the junction requirements.
Okay.
Now everything is fully connected. So it is Earth, Venus, Mercury, Mars, Deimos, Jupiter, and then you go from Pluto, Eris to Sedna. So that's part of where Deimos is pretty soon in that progression chart.
And I'm noticing the progression is also kind of in order on the codex here.
Yeah, it tries to be. Not by release, but by how you should play it.
Yeah.
Is kind of the confusing part. A really big thing. So obviously there's the Archwing, which you would do after Heart of Deimos. You then do Nata, the Second Dream, and the War Within. So the Second Dream and the War Within, the first two large cinematic quests that DE released for Warframe. These are the two big ones that get you access to your operator and your abilities and stuff, and get you a lot of operator lore, your Tenno. Those are probably the big ones to replay. Moving on from there, you have Rising Tide, which is where you get the Railjack. As a word of note, for the new boar, you do need a Railjack and a Necromech. They're not large parts of the story. You don't need to fully build one out, but it is a recommended thing to do, is to have partially built out, especially for the Railjack segment, having them partially built out. It does make it a lot smoother of an experience. That's not a requirement. After Rising Tide, you have the Chains of Harrow. You have the Apostasy Prologue, which is just a little cinematic part. Then you have the Sacrifice, the next large cinematic quest. This is where the Excalibur Umbra is introduced, and Ball Ass himself, as the community likes to just say the thing. Ball Ass. Prelude to the War is 3 short cinematic cuts. You have the Chimera Prologue, Era, and the Maker. And then you finally get to the New War. Now, here is where opinion is divisive. The Duviri Paradox. It is important to the mainline story. It is less confusing if you play it after the New War. However, that being said, you can play it beforehand.
Okay.
It does give you access to a lot of weapons, a lot of it's kind of like a roguelike game mode. So there's upgrades throughout the missions and such.
I'm in
Though
Discord with
it
someone.
gets kind of confusing story-wise if you
What's up?
do the quest first, in my opinion.
Thank
That
you, baby.
being said, totally up to you at that point.
I love you.
Oh,
What? What
Um,
cupcake?
Then obviously the New War.
I didn't even know there was a cupcake.
You went on
What?
this whole rant about how you should be able to eat things on your own pace.
Sorry, give me 1 second. You keep talking though. What type of cupcake was it?
Yeah, no problem. Once you've done both of those, Jade Shadows is a stalker-related quest.
And it was
not
out of the
a
fridge?
required,
No, I'll
one,
eat it.
but totally a interesting
can eat it and we'll
and
get
flows
more.
into a good like ending of a story pretty well.
Love you.
You have the Angels of the Zariman, which is another story one. You get that at the same time as Whispers in the Walls. Those two go hand in hand with each other of when you get access to them, which are post New War. However, that being said, part of it is, how do I say this? Angels of the Zariman is like a, hey, you do that quest and it's done. You get access to a lot of good content, a lot of like weapon upgrades and weapons and blah blah blah. But it's nothing that has more continuation from it. For more of the story, you go from Whispers into the Walls to a little conversational quest called the Lotus Eaters. And then finally you reach Warframe 1999, the most recent cinematic and story-themed quest called the Hex.
Oh, okay.
Right, which requires at least the Duviri Paradox and the Lotus Eaters and everything subsequent to those completed. And then you will need all of those quests unlocked and completed to reach to the new content that's about to come out on the 10th next month, called The Old Peace, in contrast to the New War.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
that is generally progression for the quest line as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
In between all of that, like I said, there's multiple other systems going on at the same time that are all very interconnected with each other. And it is a very linear progression throughout them. There are certain characters that get highlighted in both in 1999 specifically that you don't. Some of the other characters kind of take a step back for a little while,
So is
which in the Old
is
Peace they're
the
being
Hex
reintroduced.
the only 1999 related quest?
It's the only related quest, but it's not the. There's a lot of content to it.
Okay.
Your friend earlier had mentioned about quote unquote the dating sim.
Yeah.
To not give too much detail about the story of it, the Hex in 1999 is about people who are partially turned into warframes, but they're still people. So you're
Okay.
able to have full conversations with those characters through a messaging system to really flesh out their lore and your character's lore throughout that. Those conversations, which is kind of where it gets kind of datey simmy.
Okay. Interesting.
Next question. Meme review. Next question.
Meme review. Okay. don't know. I feel like there's so much I need to review. I'm also just having fun like remembering things I did, like even like little things that probably aren't important, like the little crystal den I made for my dog. I definitely okay. So what's new with the conclave? Let's talk about that while I also fix the decorations
Nothing.
around it. Oh, nothing.
Nothing. Conclave is probably still unequivocally the least played system by far in this game,
Okay.
for the obvious reason that there is no PvE of the PvE or PvP. It's not like Destiny where there was like a very strong PvP scene
Hmm.
ever, and it's very, very not cool. Humble opinion, not cool. End sentence.
Okay.
Um. Let's see. Trying to think what else. Steel Path. I talked about this earlier. I'll bring it up again. So Steel Path is a new game mode type for the star chart as a whole. Once you have completed every single mission node on the chart, you can go talk to Teshin in one of the relays. And when you talk to Teshin, he's going to do the Uncle Teshin thing. You have proved yourself worthy. Commits to the Steel Path. And then you will unlock Steel Path. Steel Path unlocks is a really big jump
Okay.
in general difficulty and rewards. So, it's a whole new star chart, so you have to unlock every mission node again. Here's some benefits that you get out of it. You get 100% resource drop chance bonuses, so you'll just get more resources, and mod drop chance bonus, so you'll get more endo and more mod drops.
Huh?
Bad news. Enemy health is increased by 250% base. Enemy shields are increased by 250% base. And for every mission, you know how it gives, like, if you go to Earth and go to E Prime, which is the first exterminate mission, it says Grineer levels 1 to 3.
Mm.
Every mission, you add 100 levels.
Okay.
Right.
Interesting.
Along with the health and shield buffs.
Probably gonna wait to like get into that.
There's also a mini boss that'll spawn every few minutes into the mission. That's pretty beefy. That being said, said mini bosses, technically, they also drop specific items that are a super huge mega buff to your overall arsenal.
Okay.
That's always a really big thing to strive for, is that, along with doing arbitrations, which is where you get those galvanized mods. It's always going to be a mission that is referred to as quote unquote an endless mission. Your defense, your survivals, stuff like that. Next question. If there is one. Otherwise, I would keep going.
I don't know if I have one off the top of my head.
Alright.
I think it's definitely gonna like. There's so much I forgot about in this game. The game also has so much to begin with, and things definitely have
100%.
changed. In just like the slightest of ways. I'm gonna have to it feels very much so that I'm gonna have to relearn it, but like not in a bad way, just in like a
Yeah.
it's
Uh,
fucking different.
Yeah. 100%. Don't blame you. Totally is a lot. Something we can go do as just a little, hey, here's something.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We can go do something. I don't know.
I'm gonna try using a different frame each mission, maybe.
Okay.
Get my like muscle
Oh,
memory back
it-
up.
They don't have a favoriting system. for your warframes.
Oh.
So in the top right next to their name, to the left of it, you can click on that and it'll favorite them.
Oh, that's so nice, actually.
And it'll pin them straight to the top. So if you want to do like Nezha, Nezha Prime, Titania, Wukong, whoever, you have a
Mhm.
lot of the primes that have no longer been in rotation in a little while, which is pretty nice.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to hear that.
'Cause some of these are really hard to get, or cost a lot of platinum to get now.
Okay.
Just in this current day and age and time. Let's see.
Alright.
They've redone all of Jupiter as a map. You know, it's actually like very gas planet-y and not normal Corpus tile sets, which is cool.
Cool. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. There was a setting you want me to turn off that I just remembered. It was volumetric fog, right?
Volumetric fog. Either turn it to low or turn it off, and that alone has let me be able to run the game at higher graphics. I can run everything else on high, but as soon as I turn that above low, I get kicked in the nuts, basically.
Okay.
You should notice some improvements being in mission with those. I would say
I queued up a mission out of curiosity.
yeah, we can go do that.
I remember this mission only because when it was like a Nightwave quest or like challenge to go do a sabotage mission, I would queue this up because it's quick. And I want to
Yeah,
test that
totally.
theory.
Okay.
Hey, thank you, Hunter. I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Your target is the reactor.
Now,
Your target is
talked
the
about doing this
system
quickly and then I queued up
delivering
Trinity,
the
but
payload.
again, just testing
Oh, yeah.
things out.
Totally. Oh, you have that one.
I'm just, yeah, I'm trying to remember what her abilities do, to be so honest with you. Yep, then 4 is heal. Yep. I remember like when I first started playing, I, again, was basically just there for support while I let my friends do all like the work. So I would run Trinity because I thought it was fun to like, you know, be a healer for my friends.
Oh, totally.
Whereas like nowadays, it's probably not like a meta
There's a
way of
lot
healing
more
people.
Push for self-sustaining yourself
Mhm.
with various mods and setups and blah blah blah. Just in general now, and finishing missions fast.
Yeah.
Just because there is so much that if you are the more completionist type, efficiency becomes the biggest thing.
Mhm.
Target destroyed.
That's so much
Proceed to
fun.
the extraction
I'm glad that's still the same.
Yeah. If you also want to take things slow, like take things slow.
Mhm.
No forcing or anything. Just how the game is. But there is also so much lore and story content to do that trying to progress through like collecting warframes becomes equally a, how do I say this? It is equally a very fun experience, but also a very laborious experience at the same time.
Mhm.
Is if you are interested in farming things out, the thing you need to find out how to do is what mission types you enjoy the most, and are fine with the game and what warframes and weapons you like the gameplay loop of.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. So I should maybe switch out weapons each mission. I remember weapons that I liked, but I don't remember why. And then there's some weapons I have that I just could not tell you why I have them. Because again, I would get rid of weapons if I didn't need them or wanted to save space.
Right.
So So I couldn't say for most of these weapons why I liked that.
A question that can be applied here. Yeah, level 40 Kuva Chalker. Oh my.
I think that's the only Kuba weapon I have.
I don't blame you. That is a good one to get.
I don't think it was. I think that was like my first, like, lich.
That is a very chunky slash based weapon.
Okay.
That's really mean. Pyrana's still good. It's not great, but it's fine. It's kind of gotten power crept over the time.
Mm.
As per a lot of weapons, to be fair. Some of them are just kind of mid, generically. Some of them have been super heavily power crept. Which I think is part of it, for sure.
Using this. Okay.
If I may say,
on.
operator, your chosen warframe suits you.
Is there build-related questions that you have, since that it's probably been a while since you've touched a lot of that system?
Maybe. Things I can probably answer myself, but I'll at least think them out loud. So with like with my dog, able to get more
Yes.
mods than I ever would have imagined. Are there any other upgrades to like weapons, frames, or like things where you can
Yeah.
make them better than probably what I had experienced back in the day?
Right. So, kind of, I'll progress through the list. Well, I'll start with like a warframe, right? So, I'll use Nezha as my example, just because that's a very good general example.
Okay.
So Nezha obviously has 4 main abilities. You have Firewalker, you have your 2 for the Chakram, you have your 3 for the Warding Hail, and you have your 4 for Defiant Spears, which is stun. With most warframes, you are intentionally building into multiple abilities and trying to work around that and how they all scale, and not to over fluff per se.
Okay.
It is possible to stretch yourself too thin and be trying to be too all round with all your abilities, but typically a lot of the abilities are synergistic with each other. So like if you need duration for one, you probably need duration for 3 of them, right? Stuff like that. So there's obviously augment mods that allows cool combinations with various of your abilities as well. You did the Deimos quest, so you met Sun. In Deimos, there is a new segment you get. You know that creepy door that you have?
Yeah.
In the back of your over there? So that allows you to access what's known as the Helmuth system.
Would you like to
Helmuth
hear a
system.
story for Nabarus? One that I...
Didn't like that actually.
Would you like
Hi,
to
Grandma.
hear a story for Nabarus?
Very creepy.
One that I told my
Yes.
grandchildren when they were small. Very well.
So something about the creepy door. The creepy door has a big infested mass in there that will talk to you creepily.
Okay.
But you can feed it a normal warframe, and it will predetermined have an ability from that warframe that you can put on other warframes.
Okay, so like every frame has the
Operator,
same
are you
predetermined
enjoying the view?
Right.
ability.
So for example, with Rhino, it's Roar. For Nezha, it's Firewalker. Stuff like that.
Okay.
And then there's just been a lot of mods that have since come out that have some sort of interesting, some complicated effect that has been released. I will do this as my great example is they've added chat linking for builds. I'll link that in chat so you can look at that and kind of get the idea.
Interesting. Okay, give me. I will look at that in a second. I'm actually very intrigued by that.
They've also introduced a lot of arcanes that have changed things as well for both warframes, for your primary weapons, your secondary weapons, your melees. That have affected things super heavily as well. There's
Mhm.
been new companions and new mods that have come out for companions and warframes and weapons that have significantly changed how playstyles and styles and functions and synergy has changed.
This
throughout,
is so convenient.
right?
That's so cool. Like me and my friends were sending
Anything
screenshots to each other back in the day.
anything red means that you don't have it. But you can then apply
Oh,
mods and copy and paste down to like your Nezha build.
huh. That's
You can
so
see
cool.
roughly how much forma I've put on there too. You can see what ability I've subsumed, see what all my stats are for all those abilities as well. Bunch of
Mhm.
crazy stuff. You can read what every single mod in Arcane does, so you can see like, oh hey, I understand why that's super strong or why that's not super strong. A good example of one would be like adaptation, health conversion, multi-augmented. You can look at those because some of those you have, some of them you don't.
Mhm. Interesting. This is so cool.
Yeah. Same thing for weapons, same thing for your melees and your primaries and your companions. Just to kind of get the idea of, oh hey, I get why that's really strong, or hey, can you tell me more about this mod? And kind of just sharing these out with like friends and such too. It makes it super simple. Or like post it to your clanmates and go, hey guys, blah 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 blah. And just have a conversation about it because ultimately this is a very social game, or intended to
Mhm.
be a very social game.
Sorry, we're like over an hour into playing this now, and I've been running around my entire orbiter, and only just now noticed the text I have on the ceiling.
And
I I've literally been walking past it and didn't even notice. Oh
that's
man.
hilarious.
I was so much younger, so much dumber, but also fucking hilarious.
I don't blame you.
Another niche question, going back to like
Yeah.
specific levels. Uh,
Right.
it was Ceres, the planet I was talking about with the good credit grind. It was Simini. I remember that was like one of the better places to grind credit that wasn't the index. Is the index still
So-
like the meta, or is there new updates to credits?
There's I'd say 3. The index is definitely still 1. The index
Okay.
is by far just really efficient, and with something like dedicated team comps with like one person who does DPS and one person who is collecting motes, it's
Mhm.
still super efficient. One interesting thing, if you go into the weapons or warframe menus, they actually have it categorized now. Stealth tanks, DPS, assault rifles, shotguns.
Oh yeah, I see that precision rifle versus shotgun.
Same thing with the warframes as well. Support, CC, DPS, stuff like that.
Interesting.
Now, to be fair, some of these have a lot of overlap into other categories.
Mhm.
These are also all like stated by DE who've made these decisions of where things get categorized, so it's a little gray due to that.
Okay.
Though broadly speaking, these are all pretty spot on.
Yeah.
They do not have more than 2 categories per warframe, so one of them will only show up twice. Categories.
Interesting. Okay.
Um,
Keep clicking. Something's wrong with me. I don't know what's wrong with me. Every time I go to edit
One
my
menu,
orbiter, I'm
another
clicking
menu.
operator because I think it says orbiter. Oh my
That's
god,
hilarious.
bro! I'm having psychosis. One day back. Testing.
You remember how the Prime system works?
Yes. So, I'll just say this in a very, very basic wording. Like Prime is just usually a better version of the original.
Right. I'm with you so far.
Okay. Is there more that I should be saying? Like, I know there's like a lot of different technically like upgrades. Like I have
Right.
like Prime weapons versus my like dex weapons and things like that.
Yeah. Do you remember how to get primes?
I remember you have to crack open the what are they called?
Like, you remember the term that they use is crack open, but you don't remember what they're called. That really shows true gamer. You remember the action, you don't remember the thing. You just did it.
I just know. Listen, I did a lot of it. Specifically, I'll just figure it out in like 2 seconds. Relics. I used to grind relics all the time for my boy Barrow. Love my boy
Yeah.
Barrow.
Baro Katir has arrived in his posh accent.
Yeah, dude. Like, he was probably just getting things to sell to him and conversing with him, flirting with him. Probably the thing I grinded the most. That's probably what I did the most in this game.
I don't blame you. So something that I could do is if you go to either the codex or into the arsenal, you'll see the big list of all the warframes.
Mhm.
If there is one that you have questions on, I can also answer questions on all of those. and
Sure,
tell
let's
you blah 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 blah, because
let's
that
run
might
it.
give you some good goals of like, hey, I might be interested in trying out this warframe, or hey, I don't remember how this one worked.
I'll ask questions about ones I don't recognize, even though there's a chance it was in the game before I quit. Let's start with Caliban.
All right,
What's
so
up, Sonic
Caliban
Generation fan?
is a post-New War warframe. He is a sentient-themed warframe.
Okay.
Broadly speaking, his abilities consist of
I only just realized you said Merry Christmas. What the
a
fuck?
sentient summoner ability.
Okay.
He is a summoner style frame. There's been a lot more support to summoner frames as a whole in recent time as well. They've added new mods to support that type of style as well. He has a spin ability that does some damage and energy regen. He has a stomp ability that is a stun. Then he also has a armor strip beam ability as well.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Site 09. I definitely do not know.
So Site 09 is a 1999 Warframe. His big thing is that he has an exalted weapon, similar to how Excalibur had his sword. He has an exalted sniper rifle.
Okay.
That's his big shtick. Is he is the sniper Warframe.
I can get down with that.
He's a stealth tank frame by that technicality. For categorization purposes, he is a stealth tank. Caliban would be more of a CC support type of frame.
Okay. I do like sniping this game sometimes, so I'm interested. Digath or Digath, however you say it, I'm not sure. What the fuck is that? I clicked on it and I just see a giant specter of a beast.
Yeah, so that's a horse. So Dagath is horse girl.
Okay.
Dagath is the horse girl frame.
Never
So
thought
her
I'd be
whole
into a
theme
horse
is
girl.
Viral status. So I don't know how much you remember about viral status. Viral status stacks up to 10 times, and
Okay.
at full 10 stacks, does 300 any damage you deal to that enemy does a 325% damage multiplier to health damage specifically. So it's viral themed. It's a very CC type of frame, crowd control. Just as a whole, you get it from a special mission type that you get access to on series from buying the beacons from a certain factions.
I kind of fuck with that, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
That's cool, and I'm not lying, 'cause, like, in real life, could not give a fuck about horse girls. That though is cool. This one might have been in the game before I stopped playing, but I don't recognize it, so I'm gonna ask about it. What's Dante?
So Dante is a Whisper in the Walls warframe that came out during that update. He's
Okay, then
a
I probably
caster
was
warframe.
not playing.
He has a unique system for casting. His first ability is an Exalted Grimoire, which is a secondary weapon type that came out during that update.
Okay.
It's super cool. Highly recommend checking that out when you get a chance to get to Dante. So the way that his fourth ability works, I'm going to jump around to his fourth ability. His fourth ability is 4 different abilities, and it is decided between the orders that you cast his second and third ability.
That's
So,
actually kind of cool. Wait.
a really big change that happened during the Eximus update, where they changed around how Eximus works, is instead of just being like heavier units, because people were able to just like blow them out of the water with no issue, right? So
Mhm.
instead they introduced a new health type referred to as Overguard. Overguard causes a couple of things to happen. One, cannot inflict any statuses, any damaging statuses. So slash procs won't go through Overguard, heat procs won't go through Overguard. For enemy units, specifically, crowd controlled abilities. So Volt's Discharge, for example, his fourth ability. Nezha's fourth ability, his Divine Spears, won't
Yes.
work on overguarded units.
Oh, that's a bummer for my boy Nezha, but interesting.
No CC abilities work while the enemy still has any overguard. Once you get rid of the overguard, they'll still have their Eximus ability, but you can now use CC abilities on them. A really big change that happened there as well was, let's say, Rhino. Rhino, previously his armor that he would get was just generic armor. Now his armor is considered overguard by this standardization that they made with it. It also allows for status immunity on players,
Mhm.
and is just generally a really strong health tanking tool as its own independent item. So the reason I bring this up, Dante's second ability gives you Overguard, just kind of really straight up gives you Overguard and heals your health. His third ability deals slash damage to enemies nearby.
What's up, Don? Nice to
in
see
a
you.
cone style radius.
How you been, brother?
It has guaranteed slash procs as well, which
Okay.
is still a pretty dominant DOT type. Now, depending on the orders that you do, his second and third ability decides which one of his fourth abilities happens. If you do 2, they do it as like pages in a book because he's a spellcaster, grimoire
Okay.
frame.
That's cool.
So his 2 is considered light pages and his 3 is considered dark pages. 2 light pages gives you Final Verse, which gives you a bunch of Overguard and a duration-based ability that every time you get a kill, you get some more Overguard.
I'm doing very well, Don. Thank you for asking.
2 dark pages, so 2 cast of his 3, has a really busted effect. Basically, any enemies, they're within range and line of sight. So line of sight being a really big thing for this. Any stat damage over time statuses, instead of waiting the whole like 6 seconds for it to do all of its damage, will do all of its damage at once and get a damage multiplier.
Okay.
Super busted. Another one is a combination based off of the other 2. So if you do, I think it's a light verse and then a dark verse, you summon another Exalted Grimoire that will shoot when you shoot. It's really it. Just shoot another gun, spectral gun.
Okay.
And the last one is doing a dark verse and a light verse. You summon birds that increase status damage. That's been some new mods that have come out. So like your slash status usually does 35% of your shots base damage, right? You can now increase the amount of status damage you do.
That's so
right.
interesting. Okay, so like the combos there are so, I feel like
Right.
different. Like it's a whole nother level of a way to use abilities like stack abilities.
100%. And then how that can also mix in with your gun and melee play as well. Your companions, you can use them as primers. So there's this idea of priming being that you overload an enemy with a bunch of different statuses. There's different weapons that benefit from that and different mods that benefit from that. So you're able to build out pets that can do a bunch of priming and like give everybody 9 different statuses or something crazy. And then blow them sky high.
Interesting. I'm gonna be honest. Jade makes me a little uncomfortable. It's giving pregnancy fetish.
So yes, no.
Okay.
So Jade is part of the Jade Light story.
hmm
There is at the beginning of that quest a trigger warning because there is references to Jade being pregnant. Like she was as a character that happened um with without I know you played the sacrifice. I don't remember how much you remember about how Warframes become Warframes. I don't want to quote unquote
I'm
re-spoil
sad
that.
to admit I don't remember, so maybe we can skip that.
Yeah. Basically, due to that process, it permanently changed this Warframe
Okay.
into being what it is. Um, Jade has a lot of cool abilities, but I think it'd be kind of spoilery to explain it.
No, that's perfectly fine. I respect that. We can move on to the next one then that I don't recognize, which is I'm gonna mispronounce this one. Kumi? Komi?
Kome.
May.
So, Kome is a how do I say this? Let's go gambling.
Oh boy.
This is the gambling Warframe.
Okay.
Big reason is she has an ability that you roll dice. Depending on what you roll, you get a certain buff or debuff. One of the big ones though is that she will, when you roll a certain combination, you'll get a decree. A decree is part of that Duviri roguelike game mode that you eventually get access to once you do the quest.
Okay.
There's a lot of really busted decrees, like plus 100% maximum magazine size, and for every round you load, you add electricity damage. Crazy things like that.
Okay.
That message that you got from Saya from Plains of Eidolon earlier, that related to unlocking the Kome missions.
Oh, okay. How about Kullervo?
Kalervo. So Kalervo
Kullervo.
is another Duviri
This dude
Warframe.
looks sick.
So the lore of Kalervo is very simple. He committed 7 different sins, and as punishment, he was stabbed by the 7 blades that he used.
That looks like a lot more than 7 blades, though, dog. Dude's been stabbed. He's like the Warframe embodiment of the band 200 Stab Wounds. I don't know if anyone knows that band. It's like a fucking death metal band, but he is 200
reference.
Stab Wounds.
This is the Detroit Become Human 28 stab wounds.
Yeah, that's so funny. I love this design
he
though.
is a melee Warframe.
Okay.
So
Makes sense.
Yeah, he's a melee Warframe. He does slash procs. He does increased critical damage on melees. He's a curse ability, so that whenever one enemy gets hit, all enemies suffer a portion of that damage as well.
Okay.
He does his ultimate is called Storm of Uko, which is just raining daggers, dealing a bunch of damage.
Okay.
Yeah, he is intended for heavy attack builds, so I don't know how much melee was changed around the time that he left, but there's a lot more emphasis on being very specific about your build for your melee weapons. So there's light attack builds, status builds, heavy attack builds, crit builds. It's very diversified now.
Yeah, that's definitely a little different. I remember like I focused on melee a lot, but it didn't feel wrong.
Very fleshed out.
Yeah, like
that is
I remember
now
I don't think it was someone
changed.
I don't think it was someone I was friends with. Nor do I think it was someone I was like in my clan. Of the obviously not there's 4 people in the clan, but I remember one dude that I think just in a random lobby with was making fun of me for only using melee, but like I built this, custom scythe and I thought it was cool. And he was like making fun of me.
Scythes buffed.
Yeah, I named it the Soul Eater. This shit looks dope.
there is melee arcanes now that
Okay.
do really strong things. You don't get access to it till Whisper of the Walls, but they're super duper strong. Which also kind of relate to a lot of the other melee changes that have happened as well.
How about this new mushroom frame? Sorry, Noko.
All right, so
Mushframe.
Noko is a post new war warframe. Let me scroll through. Is a post new war warframe. He is a support warframe, so he deals viral status and gets onto a bunch of enemies, gives people a bunch of it gives ability, strength, and energy to your allies. He has a little safety move where he turns into a Sprodling, which is his third ability called Reroot, where he heals himself. He gets a little energy boost, some cool stuff. And then he also has a big ball that he releases. And big ball does big ball damage, and by that I mean big ball damage. Pretty big ball, as they
Alright.
say.
That actually seems cool. I'm not a huge fan of mushrooms, like to eat, but maybe I can make this mushroom my friend. Uh, I know we said Araxia was the spider one. Is there anything of note there for her?
It's a lot of toxin status.
That makes
damage
sense.
time. She is also has a very. Do you remember the Tom Holland Spider-Man when he had the metal suit and how
Yeah.
the additional legs that would come out would like walk for him?
Hmm.
That's this. That is her movement.
Okay.
And if she is latched to a wall, she will also go invisible. So she's technically a stealth tank.
I fear that would creep me out, but it sounds cool.
It is really cool. One
Uh,
really nice thing is that if you are in the market and look at these warframes, you
Mhm.
can actually, when you hover over their abilities, they actually show animations now for all of the abilities for all the
I
warframes.
should just go do that.
That might help.
Yeah, I probably should have been doing that.
I just noticed that you're in the arsenal looking at them, which kind of explains it. So if you go down to any of them, really, for the example, you can, if you hover over the ability, they'll actually show an animation for it.
Hmm.
And they do that for every single warframe now.
Interesting. Okay, I'm probably gonna catch up on those little animations while we talk then.
Yeah, definitely.
What about Corvex? Corvex I don't recognize, but it's also just
Corvex
looks wise could have been something I've seen before.
came out with Dante, so it's a Whisper in the Walls. He
Okay.
is a nuclear reactor warframe. He is a radiation damage type warframe. Is all his theme. There's a lot of armor and defending areas and status. Radiation status, hitting, CCing a bunch of enemies, trapping them together, stuff like that.
Okay.
It's very, very cool, very interesting.
Maybe I know who Stynax is. I don't know. We'll go to that one. next.
Dynex is a post New War one as well. He is the spear frame.
Okay.
Or as the community likes to make jokes about, he's the penetration frame.
Oh, I love that. That's my type
right?
of guy.
He is a true Spartan with his spear and shield. His first ability is just a regular javelin throw that CCs some enemies together. His 2 is where he throws his shield like Captain America and gives he reduces armor by a percentage. His 3rd ability is a buffing ability where you and your allies will get shields and armor back, or shields and energy back. And his 4 is he makes a bunch of clones of himself and jumps in the air with all of his team and just super speed throws a bunch of javelins.
Okay. Honestly, love me a good penetration frame, so I can get down with that. So far, most of these
Crazy.
ones that we've discussed, I'm interested in, because like I remember back in the day, and maybe it'll be better now that like from what you've said, at least, it sounds like most frames are viable. But I remember like back in the day, there were just frames that I had no interest in trying because like everyone told me they were terrible. Like, let me scroll through and see if I can think. Like Mag, for example. I remember that's one that like people would talk shit on. Or
Many Warframes have been reworked since that time as well, either just for normal quality of life or a full revamp, like Inaros.
okay. I don't know if there's many more I don't recognize. I think we've gone through most of the ones that I don't. Oh, Varuna, I've never seen before. Maybe? No, I've definitely never seen this before. These abilities look sick, though. See, this is almost like getting me more hype. Because there's so much cool shit. Wait, what the fuck is that for ability?
I hate that you're telling me that you're hyped about the dog frame.
What's wrong with that?
Because the furry frame. And I don't know what
Oh
to tell you
no,
both,
fuck.
but it's literally the furry frame. So, Varuna is literally dog lady.
Okay.
You ever get the inside of you? There are 2 wolves. Well, instead of Varuna, there's 5. Her herself and 4 different ones named after each of her abilities: Dinar, Raksh, Lycath, and Ulfrun's. And her passive depends on which one you have set up most recently. So she has 4 different passives you can filter through. And for example, Dinar increases parkour velocity. Lycath makes it so that heavy attack efficiency.
This ability
stuff like
looks
that.
fucking
And
sick.
each one has its own separate ability as well that is represented by that wolf.
Okay. Interesting. I mean, hearing what its community name is does not excite me
That's not the
more.
community name, and
But
I think you would get banned by TOS if I told you the community name.
okay, yeah, that's yeah. See, that doesn't excite me more. If anything, excites me a little less. But I am the type of person where, like, if you throw me to the wolves,
It is.
they'll come back pregnant. So, like, it does kind of fit in my personality, but also is the opposite of my personality.
It is a really fun Warframe. She has really high parkour velocity. You can get a lot of statuses off, and is a stealth tank.
Okay.
And the augment mods for Varuna are very interesting that you can get from some of the factions.
Okay. Okay. I think I'm caught up on everything I don't recognize that. I'm looking through some of these animations. I love some of these. Some of these look so sick. Okay. Lots to catch up on. Lots to do. I'm intrigued.
Some other things to kind of pique your interest. You won't have access to this for a while. You get it in Duviri and Angels of the Zeraman, but to kind of incentivize you, there are new weapon types called Incarnan weapons. Now,
Okay.
Incarnan weapons have an evolution system to them. So as you complete certain challenges, you get certain base stat buffs. And you also get the ability for them to do multiple things. One of the most well-known ones at this time is referred to as the Latum. The Latum is a semi-automatic pistol. It's a semi-trigger pistol, right? However, once you get enough headshots, you can transform it into its Incarnan form, and that makes it a submachine gun.
And is that a secondary or primary?
Secondary.
Oh, that's nice. That's really nice.
Now here's the thing: is that in Duvir you can get access to what's called an Incarnan Genesis adapter. Incarnan Genesis adapter is a weekly rotation of 5 different weapons that have since been given these adapters. We can use resources and the adapter to upgrade that weapon into an incarnate style weapon. So there's some bonus evolution, some bonus stats you can get, and then a transformation form.
Okay.
For example, the Torrid, which I know you have. The Torrid is a primary weapon, grenade launcher, right? That creates a lingering gas cloud. Here's the thing. When you transform it into its incarnate form, it is now a chaining beam weapon. In comparison to a grenade launcher, it is now a chaining beam weapon.
Okay. Wait, okay, I can see that being so sick, especially if you're
Right.
able to like kind of build them out for certain situations. Like one of the things I loved about running the Piranhas, I liked having a shotgun close range, but I didn't like having a shotgun as my primary. And that
Right.
concept that you just explained is kind of like taking that and elevating it, which is really cool.
100%. Another example. Your favorite, the Soma.
Hmm.
Your Soma has an incarnate.
Okay, what does that do?
So, give me 1 second. 'Cause I don't have the Soma incarnate, so I do need to double check.
For that. Also, I
So
might
regular Soma.
leave for a sec,
is-
just to run
yeah.
to the clan. While we're talking,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go eat soon. My stomach's growling so much the mic is picking up. But before I go eat, I wanted to check out my dojo of 4 people and see if I remember what it looks like. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I feel like it'll come back to me. Anyway, sorry. Continue talking.
Yeah, no problem. So, the Soma goes from a large magazine automatic rifle
Okay.
into a full auto shotgun.
So like, what's the, I guess the requirement you have to hit to do that?
So,
And
You have
oh
the
wait, a
regular
question. Sorry,
yeah.
cut myself off and yourself off. A question I just thought about that you might have already said, but it either went over my head or I didn't realize. Can you choose after you unlock that incarnate form when to go back and forth?
Yes.
Okay.
So, by default, you'll enter a mission in its normal form. You charge up the incarnate form by getting headshots 99% of the time. There's a few exceptions. You get headshots. You can whenever you fill up the meter, when you want to change forms, you hit the Alt Fire button, which on mouse and keyboard is middle mouse button.
Okay.
So it's like clicking the scroll wheel. That will change it into its incarnate form, and either when you run out of ammo in the incarnate form, it'll change back to its normal form, or if you hit the Alt Fire button again, it'll immediately change it back and you'll lose all your charges.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is something I just thought about. There's so much we're going over tonight. I'm probably gonna need repeats eventually, either from you or like from my
100%.
own like experience and like going through it. I'll learn it again.
Totally.
Because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, there's so much we've talked about. I feel like I'm learning an entirely new game.
I don't blame you. It was kind of a lot of my intent coming into this conversation with you
Hmm.
was to get that itch back again.
Oh, 100% it's there. Especially with some of these new frames. They look so sick. Also, I'm running around my reactor basement, and I'm so proud of like the design I did for this reactor basement. This reactor basement is the only
That
thing
is
I
pretty cool.
contributed to our dojo. Everything else in the dojo, I literally did nothing. But I laid
I don't
out
blame you.
like a fun little parallel kind of design here, and I think it's pretty.
It is really cool. I wish I was that intuitive and engineering-esque with what I did, which I surely did not.
Like I said, I can't take much credit for anything else because the rest of this dojo I had no say in. Mostly because again, I was more like a side character in our clan, and that's embarrassing because there's only 4 people in the clan. So
Well, going forward, you are the main character, and I am your wise, humble, young sensei.
Uncle Iroh, basically.
Which is ironic when I am the younger of the two, which I think is funny.
Okay, you don't have to remind me.
Not to make you feel old, but
Okay.
you're a bag of bones.
That's fucked. Alright, I definitely did not design this floor, the only other floor on the dojo. Because why the fuck are there, like, 5 hallways straight in a row? It's like an endless cutscene. Just 5 straightaways. What the fuck?
It's the mountain that they through the mountain.
Oh,
Sorry,
yeah.
that might get you. That might
Yeah,
get you
secret
DMCA'd.
tunnel. Yeah, I don't know who designed the 5 hallway stretch of land, but wasn't me. I do miss this though. I remember so much of like our old dojo. Spent so much time here. I remember we used to talk about having a room just filled with floofs, and we never ended up doing it because everyone stopped playing. Maybe that'll be a room in the new dojo. Just the floof room. Okay. Well, honestly, this was a very good refresher. I feel like there's
Good.
still going to be a million things that I'm going to need to like replay or redo. Like, ESOs, I've done them. I don't remember exactly how to succeed with them.
Not a big deal. And again, I'll be here for the journey.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
be
definitely down to
around.
play together. More, we'll have to like plan out nights we're both available.
Oh, totally. So, as I mentioned earlier, I am but a wee sad undergrad student.
I wouldn't call
However,
it. My wife was in undergrad, you know. Did we
was
hang out much? Did we ever spend time together? Probably not, but not sad. I wouldn't call yourself sad.
I am when I have finals next week.
Yeah.
Context, I'll give. I don't care. My shit's all over the internet as it is, as per all of us. So I'm a
True.
comp sci major. I finish my undergrad next week. I'm
Okay.
done.
That's
So I
dope.
get my bachelor's, assuming I pass, which I'm gonna pass. Otherwise, these 3.5 years are worth negative in loan money.
Listen, I relate to that. Were you there when I was talking about my college situation and with like loans as well?
I think I was there for a bit of it before I had to dip at one point, but yeah, I was there for a good amount of that.
Yeah,
That
I'm-
blows.
I have a fuck ton of loans and no paper to show for it.
Yeah, that is incredibly unfortunate. I think I would cry. So I'm trying to avoid that personally. So that being said, I'm looking for me to come out of this next 2 weeks with a full-time job lined up.
Nice. Okay,
Ready
that'd be
to go.
sick.
Agreed. So, depending on all of those factors, my availability shall be, as they say, whack. So,
Totally normal. And listen, like my availability is not great. I'm working a full-time job as well, though my shifts are at least consistent. I'm at work 6 to 4. So like mornings and
6
afternoons are
a.m.?
gone. Yeah, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
in the East Coast,
Yes.
dude, you're gonna get snowed on.
Oh yeah, I'm screwed. And I have a long ass drive to work too. Like my drive to work is an hour, so I've already
Ew.
planned. Like my wife and I've already planned it. I need to put it together tomorrow probably because I'm off tomorrow. Like a kind of a duffel bag of clothes and stuff, so I can either sleep in my car or if I'm feeling
a
financially
hotel or
irresponsible,
something?
yeah, get a hotel nearby.
Right, if it ever starts snowing like a
Yeah.
mofo.
Because there's no way
Yeah,
I'm making it
totally.
home with that hour drive and snow all over the place.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't trust that.
Hmm.
As me living in basically Canada, also known as Maine, I totally understand.
Wait, Maine is. I love Maine.
Yeah, that's where I am.
It's so pretty there. That's like. So everyone talks about like their dream place to live, and usually they'll go with like the obvious ones, like Japan, Italy, whatever. Like my dream place to live is low key
Maine.
rooted. It's rooted in some realism because like sure Japan would be cool, but like no way am I learning
Japan would
another
be cool.
language, nor would I afford it. Or I could go back to my ancestors in Italy, but I think they'd reject me because my skin is so pasty. I'm just so
Ah.
white. I'm the whitest
Yeah, yeah.
Italian you'll ever meet. So like, those are sure
Hey,
dreams,
we
but
have
they're
Italians here.
not. but they're not realistic. But like Maine is so pretty. That's definitely up there for me.
Hey, I'm not gonna say no. Hashtag Maine Gang. Sponsored by Maine.
Mm-hmm.
I've lived here my whole life. I've been here forever. I like this place. I plan on staying here
Yeah.
as much as I reasonably can.
And it's not like I dislike where I live. Like PA is cool. I think like
oh, you're in
Pennsylvania. Yeah, I live with the Amish basically.
PA.
I live in a very rural, like central part of PA, between like nowhere near Philly, nowhere near Pittsburgh. So
That's hilarious.
I can't take ownership or like call either of those cities a part of my identity. My identity is
Ah.
like horse and buggy, basically. But
That's fair.
I like it here, and I've been
Nice.
to over half the states in the U.S. and like I put this in my top 5, but like Maine might be one. It might honestly be straight up number
Hey.
1.
Where our housing is developing.
What?
I know you mentioned about you guys moving.
I'm streaming.
There might just be
Yeah.
some opportunities.
Oh, you were done.
I mean, you're not wrong. And I don't talk about work much on stream anymore ever since I quit my last job, because I think I talked about my last job too much, and it got
Mm.
weird, especially because I'm a relatively like small content creator across
Right.
like Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, all of them combined. I'm still in like the thousands. I think the account with the most is YouTube at 2,000. And like there
Yeah.
were people that would recognize me at work, and I got fucking uncomfortable real quick.
That would also mess with me a little bit.
Now
I
to be
think
to be fair, I worked at like a place that saw a big throughput of individuals.
see.
Like I worked at Hershey Park, so like you're getting tens of
That would do
thousands of heads through the doors every day. So that's probably why people recognize me with such a small viewer count, because there's a more likelihood. But
Yeah.
ever since that shit made me uncomfortable. I don't talk about work much anymore. But what I will say is there is a lot of opportunity for what I do in Maine, and we can talk about that
Well, there
more
we go.
maybe off stream sometime.
yeah.
So
Totally.
I'd be like I said, Maine's PA is in my top 5. Love living in Pennsylvania. I've been to a lot of states, and most of them are either far more boring than Pennsylvania or too much. Like I'm not trying to fucking get stabbed living in Jersey. But PA would be my top 5. Maine would maybe be my number 1 right now.
Hey, it's not that bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you. Even rent here compared to some other places, New York. Not to get politics into it, but New York, being expensive.
Yeah, it's
Um,
fucking insane.
Maine's not that bad right now. Like really nice, like brand new apartments are like 2,600 a month.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
New
that is definitely the dream at some point. Maybe in the distant future
Houses are
we'll
not
be
that
having Warframe LAN parties.
Warframe land parties. I'll host a server.
That's funny.
Start a podcast.
Yeah, I mean, start a pod.
Sorry, I had to make the
Bring back
every
the
white
Baza
man has a-
boys.
Every white man has a podcast.
Yeah.
Name. That's the stereotype.
But no, I mean, like, if your schedule's gonna be busier, I totally can make
It
accommodations
both
to that.
is and won't be.
Mm.
It's gonna be yes and it's gonna be no.
Okay.
So, hey, not sure how many people are here. I'm here. I am the Warframe guide. I need you to know that I did like the Master Wu like cup his hands together thing from Ninjago.
Yeah.
That's me dating myself. I love Ninjago.
All right. Well, like I said, I'm definitely down. I think this is I've been talking about trying to like add games to my rotation and remove some games from my rotation. This is getting
Hey.
added to the gaming rotation.
Bias included, as it should.
Yeah. I missed it. And I have like 990 hours in this game on Steam, 300 on Switch. If I didn't play it again, I'd be doing myself, as well as my past self, a disservice.
100%. Totally get that.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna go eat. My wife made taquitos. Taquitos are my guilty pleasure, bro. Even when I was in college, we had this one restaurant.
That's it. That's
That
what it is.
well, it's the taquitos are my guilty pleasure, as well as, you know, the whole wolf thing we talked about earlier. But we don't gotta talk about that again.
Hey yo.
Yeah. But like when I was in college, I would fuck up a taquito. They called it tornadoes at the restaurant I got it from, but they're the same thing basically.
That's the same thing.
So I'm gonna go fuck up some taquitos. We're definitely playing this again.
Yeah.
And I'll
and hey,
I'll message you for sure. With an
for the-
update to my schedule.
Yeah, totally. And I'm glad that I noticed you streaming the other day. I've been
Mhm.
really enjoying the streams and just being around. And I'm glad that you added me in today to be a part of this journey of framing your war again.
Thank you. Honestly, you were a huge help. I think I would have been a lost puppy if I didn't have someone guiding me through the new
Hey.
updates.
I'm here for it, man. I love
Yeah.
this shit. I love this game, and I've been enjoying the content. And so I'm glad that you took me on the stream.
Thank you, brother. Of
Small,
course.
big, doesn't matter. I appreciate you giving me any amount of allowing me into your space here. I appreciate it.
No, thank you. And honestly, it was helped by the fact that like you had already followed me. My wife's laying in the bed next to me. So I'll tell the story because I told it to her first. After
think it's
that
funny.
stream where you like joined again for the first time in years, I didn't
Yeah.
realize that you had followed me years ago. So the stream
I went
ended.
snooping.
Yeah. Well, the stream ended, and I looked at my wife, and I told her like, "There's this dude in the chat that was like really cool, like they were nice, and they didn't follow me, and I don't know like why they didn't follow me." And then I realized like afterwards, I think it was later that night, I'm like, they've been following me since fucking like 22, 23. What the fuck?
Yeah.
So no, yeah, I definitely like. I'm very hesitant when it comes to people who actually are like new chatters because I've been burned a ton before. Like back when I
Oh,
first started
totally.
streaming, I tried to do every stream with the chat and like play every multiplayer game with people in the chat, but it led to
Jackbox.
people yeah, and it led to people like joining the Discord and just like saying the N-word. I'm like, okay, we're cutting that.
And there goes terms of service.
There goes the chat privileges. So I was very hesitant with most people, but considering you had been following me for so long and it was more about a reuniting of of two people.
Reuniting.
Yeah, I was far
What a
more
great
willing
way.
to play games.
Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate the vulnerability and the comfortability of that.
Mhm.
I also appreciate you just I've been appreciating the streams and joining back, and again, first time in a long time that I've just been online on Twitch in a while too, so it's
Mhm.
been very interesting to just kind of see the landscape again, as they say. I have a lot of experience in my I'll frame it as younger years, even though it was like 5-6 years ago. Since which is like a quarter of my life ago.
Same, bro, totally.
Uh, um, I had a lot of creators that I would watch and I'd help like moderate and
Mhm.
do whatever with. So I have a lot of experience messing around and stuff. Cool things, fun stuff, and I enjoy teaching, talking, having a blast. I think I would do the classic white man thing of, I should have a podcast if I had any level of saying words out loud without like by myself. Saying words not by myself, so much better than by myself.
And that's why we'll bring back the Baza Boys. We can do it together.
Oh yeah. I've been watching a lot of just general podcasts again for the first time in a long time. A lot of the Philip DeFranco.
That's a name I haven't heard in years, dude.
You know who Pearl Mania Alex Pearlman is?
No.
No. So he He's just general commentator, but talks a lot about like politics and stuff too. And Phil, they started a podcast together called Crashing Out.
Hmm.
Not affiliated. Twitch, we're not affiliated.
Not
However,
affiliated.
it's really funny. Obviously, they talk a lot about politics as a news creator and a political-ish commentator,
Mhm.
but it's really funny. But even then, I've just been watching a lot of like current news, and I'm a very philosophical kind of guy. I'm also a computer science major, so I know a lot of technical things. I think I'd do great in a podcast. Me being as humble as possible, saying that
Yeah,
I
of
just don't
course.
have
Operator, your
the
chosen
self-esteem to
warframe
run a
suits
podcast.
you.
No, I mean I've done it before and twice actually. One was really bad. One was fun, but also still not good. So I've accepted that, like, at least publicly, it's not for me.
Publicly, you get me talking about Ben 10.
What is that? Wait, how does that relate to Ben 10? I'm so confused.
Because I could talk about Ben 10 for like 3 episodes of a podcast.
Okay, okay.
Hour-long segments. I could keep going. You get me talking about something from my childhood, like Generator Rex. That, I'm locked in. Whole conversation.
I would sign up for those 3 episodes, literal 3 episode series. Under the, like, similar to how like some YouTubers or people will do like a series with a set ending and then it's done forever. I'd sign up for the 3 episode Ben 10 series.
Hell yeah. One of them is entirely dedicated to the Ben 10 Generator Rex crossover movie.
Sorry, my hand's cramping. I was doing 360s. But
I saw that.
Back in the day, I like taught myself the muscle memory to do this really fast with just WASD keys. And I've lost some of that muscle memory, but it's still there.
It'll come back.
Yeah.
This whole game's muscle memory. I tell you
And
what.
honestly, I already kind of feel back in it. I feel like I'm back in
Yeah.
it.
100%. To finish off the making
Yeah.
you feel old, Warframe is now 12 years old.
Oh god. I didn't
Back in
start at the
March.
beginning at least, so that makes me feel less old. But like, is there a way to check when I made my account actually? Go to profile maybe?
You can't.
Let's see how old this makes me feel. How do I go? Is it stats?
Maybe? I don't remember, actually. I know there is a way to check. I just don't remember how you check.
Hmm. I guess I could check on... No, I could check on Steam, but I played on Switch first. So technically it would be wrong.
Let me see. If you go to warframe.com and sign in, it will tell you what your stats are
Hmm.
for first making your account and everything.
Okay, I checked on Steam, so this won't be
Yeah.
100% accurate. But my Steam profile of Warframe started on August 27th, 2018. That makes me feel a little less old. And
No,
the,
I'm gonna.
the Switch
that-
one could not have been much earlier because the Switch didn't come out to 2017. So the earliest I was playing this game is 2017. That's still a lot of time,
man.
though. Now that I say it out loud,
Twen-
that's still a lot of time.
2018 was 7 years ago.
Okay.
7 years ago, I
Yeah.
was still under the age of being old.
And I'm gonna dip out of the Discord. So and that's where I have to leave.
2018 is when The Sacrifice came out.
You're not gonna catch me in Discord with someone that young. I'm not getting canceled today. This was a trick.
Hey, whoa, that was 7 years ago. I am of valid ages.
Okay. I still feel like I'm being
Twitch TOS.
tricked.
I'm above 18. I promise to Twitch TOS.
That's actually a reason. Sorry, I know I keep saying I have to go, and then I go off in like a different story. This is the last story I'm saying, and then I'm gonna stop myself before it starts again. I had to stop playing like with viewers, and also like I used to play public lobbies a lot, like in Fortnite, but I stopped because
Yes.
like I did not
Yes.
like how often I'd like queue up a Fortnite squads, and the
Be, like,
3
an
people I got
actual
filled
child.
with were just children, like squeakers. I'm like, okay, I gotta go.
Crazy. Alright.
Like,
Chat, have a great night. Wolf, thanks for having me join.
Of course. Thank
Have
you
a
for
great
joining me.
night. Of course.
All right. Yeah. Peace out. All right. Okay. So left the Discord. I'm gonna. Oh my God. Exit the stream. I'm trying to say outro. I'm gonna outro the stream before we leave. Thank you all for watching. This was definitely a very rough experience. Not in a bad way, but like it just shows how much I need to learn again with this game. So there's a lot we have to learn again. I'm basically like starting from scratch. I feel like a noob again, which is why I'm calling it rough. I think my skills in this game are rough. But on the bright side, we've played this game before. Sure, some things are different, but it shouldn't take me too long to learn the game again and get good at the game again. That's assuming I was ever good at this game. I basically just played for fun. I played to decorate my entire ship with metal barrels and stuffed animals. So, was I really that good at the game? No. I was just playing for the memes. But we're gonna get back into it. I think Warframe will be the game we fill out in our like third stream slot. I've been referring to them as slots, but it's more just like games we're playing actively. That's not gonna take away from the series that I still want to do on the 3DS. Maybe we'll just play 4 games at once, even though I was trying to max it at 3. I wanted to never play more than 3 games at once moving forward, because I tried doing that in the past, and it just resulted in me either not finishing games or taking way too long to beat a game, because when I'm playing 7 games at once, it takes me twice as long to beat certain games, and it just wasn't a good schedule. But my schedule lately has been Pokemon, Stardew Valley, and then random streams with friends. But that's, I don't think that counts. Like, one Fortnite stream a month doesn't count towards our schedule. Pokemon and Stardew Valley has been the schedule. I think Warframe might be the 3rd slot. And I'm excited about that. So, we have a full roster of games, a full schedule now for the live stream. And it's been rounded out, which is what I wanted. I wanted that 3rd slot filled for the schedule. Anyways, this was a lot of fun. Shout outs to my boy Silver for helping me get back into the game and showing me a lot of the new stuff, because otherwise I would have been lost. Yeah, have a nice night, guys. See you later. Peace out.